Hello again, friends. And you are my friends. And welcome to another edition of 605, the Superpodcast. The only podcast on Turner Time. The Mothership!
Oh.
The best wrestling podcast on the planet. The most influential podcast in professional wrestling. Call somebody. I am your host, the great Brian Last.
It's me!
The hardest working man in wrestling podcasts.
Yeah! Baby.
And I'm very happy to welcome back to the co-host chair, the very popular co-host himself, the wrestling humorist, Scott Cornish. Scott, welcome back to the show.
Oh, Brian, am I truly, really your friend?
Well, I don't know. It depends.
Oh.
No, you are. You are a good friend. I don't know if we've told this story on the show in a very long time. I'm going to say it. I first met Scott at Smoky Mountain Wrestling Fan Week in 1994. I was in the hotel. What was the hotel? Was it the West Town Inn?
Yeah, that was the second year. I think that's right.
Right, the West Town Inn. Well, they decided not to put any shampoo in my room. So I knock on the door next to me, and it was Scott. And I had not talked to him there because I was just a kid and I was scared of everyone. And I said, would you mind? Could I have some shampoo? And you said, sure. And somehow I also walked out of there with a copy of The Best of Stampede. That's how we first met.
That's how he sweet talks you, fans.
Well, we are back here for another big show, a big super podcast. We have a lot of stuff coming up later on. George Shire, Kevin Sullivan, Jerry Gray making his debut on the show. And there's so much to get to, including the top 10. But before we get there, Scott, I don't know if there's anything to talk about, but I know you just recently attended, was it a Honky Tonk Man autograph signing? Was that what it was? Or was it it wasn't actually an autograph signing, it was a show, right?
It was a comedy show. It was called the Shake, Rattle, and Roll Comedy Tour, starring the Honky Tonk Man. And it is him doing his live one-man show, similar to what Mick Foley does these days and Jake Roberts does these days. I ran into a 605 fan yesterday who's seen just about everybody on the circuit doing that kind of a thing. And they all sort of run in that way where they're telling stories from their life just sort of randomly and can roll with the punches. They're just sort of telling stories from their life and their career in a very funny way. And then they do that for the first half of the show, maybe sign some things, and then set up the second half of the show as more or less a Q&A. So it was a Honky Tonk Man comedy performance, I guess I'll say, or one-man show at this banquet hall. Had a good time, a real good turnout, and he loves to do impressions. This must be a thing with wrestlers, and they may have amused themselves in the locker room or others, but the same kind of thing is that most of the personal anecdotes in the first half, Honky was doing an impression of somebody, and the funniest one was probably, not to spoil all the jokes if you decide to go to this tour, but he does a Stu Hart impression, and his suggestion is that all the Harts, including the women, sound like Stu.
He's not wrong.
So it was very funny hearing him tell certain stories about that. He told stories about Jim Ross and Hogan, and as you can expect, I think Ultimate Warrior was the only one that he didn't try to impersonate. He tells some unbelievable Jake Roberts stories. I think there's no love lost there, and that kind of thing. Very entertaining. I actually enjoyed the second part where he was a little looser and just sort of responding to questions from the audience. I didn't get to give him any questions out of the audience, but meeting him a little bit before the show and afterwards, he was really generous with his time. He told even better stories one-on-one or with the fans that came up to speak to him than he even did on stage. So well worth it. And if you're very lucky, you won't be subjected to the horrible parade of local stand-up comedians that opened the show.
It was that bad?
I've never seen anything like it. We were talking about this recent... And neither had he. I'll put it that way. I could not believe it. I had a fan come up to me and say, "Oh, you're a lot funnier than any of those comedians that opened for Honky." And I said, well, that's not much of a compliment, but thank you. The first one was a comedian who, and it takes guts to get up there and do that, but once you do grab that microphone, have a joke of some kind. The first one was this woman that got up. She made the mistake of saying it was her first time ever doing stand-up. And I'll just be kind and say there's only two huge reasons why they let her get up on stage, and you can fill in the rest on your own.
Yeah, I figured it out.
but no jokes at all. And then she would get rattled by the total silence. She'd say something, get to the end of a sentence, there'd be silence because there was no joke. And then she'd say, really? Nothing? we're all sitting there waiting, going, yeah, just say something that resembles some kind of a joke. She did a whole routine about being in AA and was drinking wine the entire time and never pointed that out.
All right. So, she's the opener. She's the first of the openers. What do you expect?
What do you expect? The second opener was a guy who confessed on stage that he is a true blue juggalo. But you couldn't really tell because he was dressed as the Ultimate Warrior.
What?
He had that one of those ridiculous, looked like a catcher's jersey or something. It was supposed to look like muscles. Had his hair done up, had the makeup going, and they blasted Warriors music. And he comes running out there, and he does the first. If only his act had been as short as a typical Warrior match, that would have been an improvement. Well, the same kind of thing. And if you thought that Honky Tonk Man was sitting in the back of the room going, "Oh, this is great. I can really work with this," I'm going to say that the look on his face betrayed him. He said later that he walked out of the room because he didn't want to be called attention to during these openers, And the third was a local wrestler and a local guy that does podcasts and thing. He has kind of an interesting gimmick where he is he's like an Arab terrorist. And
that's his interesting gimmick. Okay.
That's an interesting gimmick, but he at least sort of has an attitude and a presentation and stuff like that. What he doesn't have are many jokes, but by the time he did a joke that it was so awful and just it resembled a joke. There was some discussion. How can I put it? What do you think happened? This is a fairly well-attended event. People of all different ages, mostly people, wrestling fans, but people of all different ages, including a couple of children in this crowd. And at one point, this guy who's dressed as a terrorist, he starts talking about the recent rash of mass shootings in the United States. And he somehow tied that into a really horrible racial comment. It was like taking a gut punch. It literally took the air out of the room where people were just going, shh, oh. So I'll put it this way. In an odd way, by the time Honky Tonk Man got up there, he looked like Lenny Bruce. Honky Bruce, I was starting to...
Was it a good show? Have you been to any of the other one-man shows that anyone in wrestling does?
I went to Duggan's, and Duggan's was set up almost exactly the same way. And Duggan has a really good conversational style, as does Honky Tonk Man. But I think Honky has not been doing it that long. But Duggan told great stories, and did the Q&A and answered everybody's questions. And like I said, if you go to see Honky Tonk Man and he does this, I think you'll be entertained. If you just want to hear, he says he no longer does shoot interviews. That was news to me.
Because they no longer pay him.
Well, he said, quite honest, is saying there was a time in my life where I didn't have any work coming in, wasn't making any appearances, and they started paying me to do these shoot interviews. And now he just said it's sort of overdone, and maybe he's not getting called to do them anymore. But he did declare he's no longer doing shoot interviews, but he is doing these one-man show Q&As and stuff like that. If you go to see that and you're a fan, or if you just want to hear somebody talk shit about other wrestlers in an entertaining way, then go to see the Honky Tonk Man when he comes to your town.
Probably a stupid question, but did he come out to his theme song?
He came out to his theme song, and more exciting than that, he ended his act after the Q&A by playing it and singing it over the, he sang
oh my God.
over the backing track, and we all sang along to the sing-along parts,
He worked for Dennis once. He worked for Dennis a bunch of times, but there's one instance I specifically remember in Vineland, New Jersey, which was not a fun place to travel to. It was just all the way in South Jersey. And it was there wasn't a big show. And they brought Honky Tonk in, and he couldn't really, I shouldn't say couldn't, he didn't really do much in the ring at that time. And I'm not saying that as an insult, because I kind of think of him a little differently. I think it was just his smart way of, I have a gimmick. People will pay me to see the gimmick. I don't have to take bumps. I don't have to do anything. And more than likely, the fans will leave happy. And more than likely they did, except for us smart fans who, were around, who were bored by it all. But he got in the ring. He had like a 2-minute match or something where there's like 8 minutes of stalling and mic work and everything. And then they play his music and he says, "Play it one more time." And he stands in the ring and he sings, to 60 people. And it was just always excruciating. I never enjoyed that.
It was funny at the end of his act. It was fun, and he was actually quite honest about the very subject that you talked about. He said even now, if he gets a call to do a match, he gets 2 young guys in there to be his partners, a 6-man tag, and they do all the work, and he stands on the corner and shakes his ass, and he's a cheerleader.
Yeah, he's like when Chuck Berry would come into a town. And he would just show up with his guitar case and say, "You get me a band, you pay me in cash, I'll show up, I'll count the money, I'll play with the band you gave me, and then I leave." The band would be in a different key. They wouldn't know what song Chuck was doing. They didn't know when he was coming in or going out. It's the same thing. Honky says, "I'll show up to your arena, get me a couple tag team partners who can actually work, and I'll be there."
Yeah, no, actually, he has no illusions. I don't think he's sitting there saying, I really want to go in there and work a 60-minute Broadway and show these kids how it's done. No, he's perfectly happy to do what he's doing now. But I enjoyed the show, and he was a good guy to talk to and meet.
And by the way, I should make note that I'm referring to the Rock and Roll Hall of Famer, the legendary Chuck Berry, not 605 listener Chuck Berry, who has the 605 tattoo on him. He's a member of the Listener Hall of Fame, I believe. So just want to make sure I specify that for fans who are not familiar with Johnny B. Good and Maybelline and all the other hits.
I wonder if Honky Tonk Man has ever heard about the what Chuck Berry allegedly used to do from time to time with his guitar. He would get on a plane with a guitar in a case and not check it. He would carry it on with him. And then when he got to the venue, he'd open it up, and lo and behold, inside the case is a broken guitar. And he'd say to the promoter, "Oh, God, look at this. Broken guitar. You're going to have to get me a guitar, or there's no show." And, of course, then Chuck would leave town with a new guitar.
Honky Tonk has a garage filled with guitars right now.
He did a show in Albany the night before last. And I saw that at his gimmick table, which he didn't have in Utica, he had little ukuleles for sale. I think I might have had to spring for one of those instead of springing for nothing, other than the show.
With his whole Elvis gimmick, he never did blue Hawaii Elvis. He never did blue Honky Tonk. The ukulele, a Hawaiian lei.
Yeah, that kind of thing.
That's what he should do now. That's what Honky Tonk should do right now in his career. He spent so much time impersonating that version of Elvis. He should go through all the bad films, and he should spend like 6 months out of the year as a different version of Elvis. Bathroom Elvis, Blue Hawaii Elvis, GI Elvis. I'm giving this guy ideas to extend his career.
I did overhear him complaining that they're always giving wrestlers the smash a guitar gimmick, which I think he thinks is his province.
It offends me that they give so many people the smash the guitar gimmick, because after they gave it to me, I thought that was the end. Did he ever smash? I don't think he ever smashed a guitar. I mean, maybe he didn't. I don't know it. As Honky Tonk Man or Honky Tonk Wayne Farris before the WWF. I got to go back and look at Alabama and Stampede. I don't know if he ever used a guitar before then.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I had a bunch of questions, and they had somebody circling the banquet hall there with a microphone, and I never got over near me. There was a bunch of things I wanted to ask about, and I did get to talk to him a little bit about certain things. But I don't think I've ever heard the origin story. Who gave him that Honky Tonk Man idea? And I've never seen much of the Honky Tonk Man prior to his WWF career. I know he was down south doing that for a little bit and up in Stampede doing it. But was it fully realized with the jumpsuit and the guitar and all that by the time he got to WWF? I don't know.
I mean, the look of it was there. He already was doing the black slick back Elvis hair. I don't remember if he had a jumpsuit in Stampede, just because they cut off so many of the beginnings of those matches. But I remember him. I mean, he definitely had the look before he got there.
Well, cool.
Well, there's that. Yeah.
Yeah. No, sorry to disappoint people. I didn't get to ask him about the Kisser or punk rock Wayne Ferris or anything like that. But I had a good time at that show once he got up and did his thing. And meeting him, too, was very nice.
All right, so if the Honky Tonk Man comes to your town, you can consider going to see them. Get there early to see a bunch of comedians bomb. That's always fun. But, Scott, before we get to the top 10, I want to make a note here at the top of the show. William Harding. A lot of people may remember William for one of the most popular segments in show history, the Sugar Hole Challenge segment. Of course, William famously got out of Bob Roop's Sugar Hole Challenge in 1981. It's a big moment that so many people talked about. He told the story on the air. And I think he's kind of been riding the wave since then. I know he's now involved in a local promotion. I think he's enjoying wrestling probably more than he has in a long time. And I'm really happy to hear that. And we'll probably talk to him, get an update from him pretty soon. But I want to make mention that his newest grandchild has just been born. And that is, and I hope I'm pronouncing this correctly, Kima Jade Rogers. Kima Jade Rogers. So welcome to the world and congratulations to William Harding and his family on the birth of Kima Jade Rogers. So congratulations from everyone involved with the Super Podcast.
Yes, and when the Brian and Suzanne bundle of joy arrives, they will have a playmate already.
Hey, you know, Barry Rose is doing another of his Championship Wrestling from Florida Fan Fests, and he's having Bob Roop in June. Maybe we should see about him bringing William Harding down there, and we could have the rematch 35 years in the making. Or maybe not.
Or maybe not. You and I will have to fly down for that if that ever happens.
Well, let's get going with the top 10. Of course, you guys know the top 10 is brought to you by our friends, the wrestling fans over at Ramsour Records, RAMSEUR Ramsour Records. Visit their online store at ramsourrecords.kungfustore.com and get 20% off all purchases using the promo code 605. Scott, a while back, we told the listeners about the Steep Canyon Rangers, that they had a new album that was coming out January 25th. Well, it's now Friday, January 25th. The time is here. The album, it has come out. So check it out. The Steep Canyon Rangers' new album is out now. And of course, this album, Out in the Open, will have its album release party. And what a party this is going to be. It will be at the ExploreAsheville.com arena. Some of you may remember we talked about this in the past, a long history of wrestling in Asheville, North Carolina at this arena. And the date of that show is January 27th, the album release show. Again, go to the ExploreAsheville.com arena. And if you want to check out the album before it comes out, you can do so by going to tinyurl.com/SCRNPR, because they did NPR's First Listen. And the album debut party, the album release party, is coming on January 27, 2018 at the ExploreAsheville.com arena on Haywood Street in Asheville. And of course, you can get more information about that show at Ticketmaster.com. If you are a 605er in North Carolina and you can get tickets, go there, check it out, support the Steep Canyon Rangers and our friends at Ramsour Records. Once again, ramsourrecords.kungfustore.com, RAMSEUR. Scott, with that, it's time for the top 10. It's been a while since we've had the top 10 here on the show.
That's what they tell me. That's my Bud Abbott impression.
Why?
Because I heard Gilbert Gottfried bring up a great point that said, when you watch Abbott and Costello routines now, just try to focus on Bud Abbott and see how funny he is. And Gilbert said, well, the funniest things is you're watching Who's On First, and Lou has all the crazy lines, you know? Like, the beginning of Who's On First, Lou will say something like, I used to be a pretty good baseball player myself. And Bud will just say something like, that's what they told me.
All right, well, there's the story behind that quote. I don't know if it's going to take off here on the show, but we'll see.
I just threw it in. I probably should have thrown it out.
Yeah, I think so. But number 10 this week in the top 10 is Jim Cornette's Answering Machine. So we're going to dial this right now. Let me add people. Use dial pad. Dial in Castle Cornette. And now I'm going to press enter. Scott will be calling Mr. Cornette.
Oh, my.
It's ringing. It should be picking up any moment now.
Hi, thanks for calling Jim Cornette. I'm currently hiding from the outside world, but if you leave a message and I either really like you or you're offering me a lot of money, I'll call you back. Leave your message that fits either category at the beep.
At number 10 in the top 10, it's Jim Cornette's Answering Machine, and this week's co-host is Scott Cornish.
Hey, Jim, this is noted humorist Scott Cornish. I wanted to tell you, I went into a donut shop in my hometown of Rome, New York recently, and a guy that's working there is kind of a big Voldemort supporter and fan, turns to me and says, hey, how's your friend the hypocrite? And I had no idea what he was talking about, and he says, Jim Cornette. And because I didn't want him to spit in my iced coffee, I just said, oh, he's doing good. And I walked out of that place, never to return. In my mind, as I was walking out, I said, thank you, fuck you, bye.
Well, that said it all, and it looks like you got that whole story in before the answering machine beeps, so we're going to end on a high note. At number 10 in this week's Top 10, Jim Cornette's Answering Machine.
Hey, stupid. Go to hell, you motherfucking son of a bitch. Wake up, you stupid jackass. You motherfucker.
All right, everybody, welcome back, baby, to another week of River.
No, that'll fill up the whole answering machine. All right, Jim. Number 10, Jim Cornette's Answering Machine. I'm trying to figure out how to hang up this call, and this new Skype interface is not allowing me to. Well, there he is at number 10 in the top 10, Jim Cornette's Answering Machine, the hypocrite, Jim Cornette's Answering Machine. Scott, at number 9 this week, the always popular, the always mysterious Yo Mamba, the Jungle Savage.
Yo Mamba, the Jungle Savage. I will tell you more about him later.
I actually have a lead on the identity of Yo Mamba, and I'm trying to see what I could do about getting this person on the show. He has been difficult to lock down, but he says he wants to come on and talk about it. And that's all I can really say right now.
That's all that needs to be said, other than the fact that the Yo Mamba 605 shirts are still available.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, Yo Mamba 605 shirts available at tinyurl.com/superpodstore, the official online store of the Super Podcast. You can also access that link by going to facebook.com/superpodcast and clicking on the Shop Now button at the top of the page in the banner ad, I believe. But yeah, that's really it for this week with Yo Mamba.
Think how hip you listeners are going to look wearing your Yo Mamba 605 shirt when Brian locks down that interview and we finally get to the bottom of this eternal mystery.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be like Santo Gold. We're never going to get to the bottom of anything. We'll see. But we have to open that case up again soon. But there he is at number 9 of the top 10, Yo Mamba, the Jungle Savage.
You cowardly dog.
I meant to hit this.
Yo Mamba, the Jungle Savage. Totally awesome.
At number 8 this week in the top 10, one of the most powerful, one of the most popular figures in show history. Of course, it is none other than disgruntled, disgusted, disappointed Lance Russell.
Look out!
Aww.
I don't want to see you around here anymore. Tell him in Mexican just to get out of here.
I just watched a bunch of Memphis stuff the other day, and man, it's just every time you watch it, he's so good out there. I wish there was stuff of him. I started thinking of guys I wish had interacted with Lance. I know Kevin Orcutt sent a question into the Jim Cornette drive-thru this week about Buddy Rose working with Lawler in their primes. It's like, imagine someone like Buddy Rose on Memphis TV dealing with Lance. It would have been great.
Oh, boy, if he had any kind of a run in Memphis, the sky's the limit. He would have been perfect fit, I think.
I think so, too. Jimmy didn't really think so as much. And I'm thinking he knows how to do promos. He knows how to work for a local audience because he was so big in Portland. He could have great matches. He wasn't too fat at that time. He was still able to move in the ring. He would have been amazing there, showing up on TV looking the way he did with a couple of women, with his robe. I think Buddy Rose would have been Buddy Rose could have been a big hit in a lot of places if things had gone down differently, I guess is the best way to put it.
I used to love that when he'd be getting on the Lear chat with a couple of his ladies in those promo videos. He goes, pilot, where should we go?
It's his decision.
Yes. San Diego? Acapulco? Acapulco was always in there. The other thing I loved was when he was in the WWF, was certainly where I got to see him the most and saw him on a couple local shows. That when his bathing beauties, who were bathing beauties of the time, which would be the early 80s bathing beauties, he'd take the robe off, he'd stick his face out, and the girls would kiss him, his valets. And Vince McMahon would always say, a little buzz on the cheek.
I don't remember that. Did he say that every time?
Always, every single time. A little buzz on the cheek.
What were your favorite sayings from WWF or WWF TV in the early 80s or before that you remember, whether it was Vince or Pat Patterson or Bruno?
Oh, gosh. just the terminology that became second nature because it would come up. I'm thinking of Vince in his sort of Howard Cosell years, where it would always be the such and such area, the proboscis area. Hit the proboscis. I'm sure there are other things that would come to mind here after we're done talking. But it was something about that time when he was. I think he tried at one point when he was on the rise to get Cosell, and Cosell famously loved telling the story about how he rejected and rebuffed.
Yeah, it was ridiculous in his book.
Offer. Yeah. Which, incidentally, if you're old enough to be a fan or remember Howard Cosell, I think if you think Vince is full of himself, you should listen to Cosell. I loved him. I loved his interaction with Ali. And if you ever get a chance to get your hands on I have it on audio cassette, the Howard Cosell book, I Never Played the Game. And I think that we might have to excerpt it because I think the Vince McMahon story is on there, Howard telling the story himself. And that is so hilarious. That guy was such a riot and so full of himself. And the recorded version of him telling that tale is worth seeking out.
I've never heard that. I've read the book. I read the book years and years ago. I probably read that book 25 years ago when I was in like high school or something. I would love to hear Howard Cosell tell that story. Yeah, we got to see what we could do about. You have it on cassette. We got to see what we could do about getting that converted so we can play it on the air.
Yeah, that's right. One thing that is not available in MP3 form, as far as I know.
Old audio books, yeah.
Old audio books.
All right, well, let me name a couple of names to you. Tell me what comes to your mind first, but it's not really tell me what comes to your mind. Tell me what you remember being said about them on WWF television. Can we try this?
Sure.
Jose Estrada.
He was probably described as being double tough. He's sort of interchangeable with the unpredictable Johnny Rods. My brother and I always laugh about where Johnny Rods got the reputation for being unpredictable.
Well, if you grew up in New York, you certainly never really got to see that.
That's right. I did see Jose Estrada I saw him have a match in Utica against the Dingo Warrior. He had not been renamed yet, as far as I know. It's just like an opening match thing, and it went the way it went. He was very reliable. I can't remember too much about him, though.
Wasn't he the one that Pat Patterson would always say he's like a cat?
He's like a cat, Vince. You're absolutely right.
All right, well, this went nowhere. This was a bad idea. Baron Mikel Cicluna.
I just liked when somebody like Monsoon would call him Mike Cicluna. It took the whole mystique away from him. That's all he had going for him. He definitely wasn't going to win. Big Mike Cicluna in there.
I should just name job guys from the Northeast. That's
probably not the same kind of a thing.
Yeah. Well, we'll end it there then. Number 8 this week in the top 10. I'm disappointed with the way this worked out, so it makes sense. Disappointed. Lance Russell.
I did remember a thing about Lance Russell that I always liked. When Jimmy Hart or somebody would make some ridiculous claim, always the bad guy would make some ridiculous claim, Lance would turn around and say, "Oh, come on now. You were the one that come out here with that stuff."
That's good, yeah.
You were the one that started in with all that stuff.
That's subtle, but that's good. If you're doing a Lance impression, that's a good little detail to have.
Yes, all you Lance impressionists out there, feel free to add that to your repertoire.
Well, number 8, disappointed Lance Russell. Number 7, the always popular, orgasmic Larry Nelson.
No,
And now the short form?
No. What's the stipulation?
We just recently did a group watch in the Mothership Facebook group, and boy, those have been a lot of fun. And I think the first one we did was Super Clash 3. And there was lots of great Larry Nelson stuff on there that I had completely forgotten about. So I need to go back. It was like him interviewing, I was about to say the Glow Girls. They weren't even the Glow Girls. It was David McLean's post-Glow, whatever he had. So I got to go back there. There was lots of really good Larry Nelson audio.
I'm fanning myself right now just thinking about Pally Alizar, the Syrian terrorist.
She was the best looking one there.
Yep. Believe me, I'll admit that I'd Google searched her once or twice in the intervening years with no...
Well, what was her name in the second group? Because I actually wrote to Bix the other day, and I was like, Bix, because I don't know much about the... I could tell you what wrestler was a gimmick in 1971 in Louisiana. I can't tell you what a Glow girl did after she left Glow. So I said, Bix, this terrorist, is that the woman who was Palestina in Glow? And he's like, it is. Yes, it is. I'm like, oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, good
Palestina in Glow and Pali Elazar, the Syrian terrorist, in POW.
Powerful Women of Wrestling, which does not spell POW.
Well, yeah, but that ran in my area. I saw that at the same time that Glow was running. So you would see some of those same girls in both groups, and I didn't know at the time or even now which came first or what was the deal with women that were sort of wrestling on Glow or on POW and absolutely not wrestling at all on Glow.
Those were like the people they found last minute. Like, we need more wrestlers, quick. Who can we get?
Yeah, we're out of actresses. Let's get some wrestlers.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I'd forgotten about that. You have Larry Nelson interacting with all the different women and with David McLean, who's just ridiculous on the show.
I haven't seen that in a while. I missed it on the group watch. Is there actual footage of Larry and David McLean?
Yes, I think
together.
I think they're together because Larry's there for the backstage interview segments.
Yes.
And they go to them between each match, and I think one of them is him and David McLean.
Okay, let me jot down a note. That's I'm gonna blow off the Raw 25th anniversary to watch that.
But that's number 7 this week. Orgasmic Larry Nelson.
Oh, Jesus, gravity!
There he is.
Look out, Baron von Raschke!
Let's spend the night together.
All right, that's number 7 in the top 10. Here's number 6. One of your very good close personal friends, Scott. Mrs. Spencer, the old lady.
Wake up, you stupid jackass. Hey, stupid.
There's your favorite.
Hi, Mrs. Spencer. You're number 6 this week.
Go to hell, you motherfucking son of a bitch.
Oh, please, Mrs. Spencer, don't speak like that. It just...
Who are you and what do you want?
That's a very good question. It runs through my mind almost constantly.
You're a liar and a bastard.
Well, I don't know if I'd go that far, but...
You fuck son of a bitch, you. I hope you die in the next 30 minutes, you motherfucking bastard, you.
You're making it harder and harder for me to like you.
Goodbye, fuckhead!
It sounds like she's giving up on you. Goodbye, fuckhead. That's number 6 in the top 10. The old lady.
You can't blame that on me.
The old lady, Mrs. Spencer. Number 5.
I take umbrage at her remarks.
Number 5 this week in the top 10. Scott.
Oh my God. I always get that feeling in the pit of my stomach.
Do you like craft work?
Yes, I do needlepoint in my spare time like Rosie Greer. I do like...
It's the Black Scorpion. I'll just stop now. Oh, man. You know, on the topic of top 10 characters and impressions, I haven't done it, but enough people have now written in, so let me get your opinion. The Kevin Von Erich impression I did a couple times recently, is that something we should include in the top 10?
That's up to you. If you really want to add an additional workload.
Well, the material writes itself. The question is...
does write itself. Everyone loves it. And like I said, it's easy for the home listener to join in on the fun because, as I've said, you don't have to do it as well as the great Brian Last, but you can boil it down to just one word, and that's gosh. Then follow that without any outlandish claim or statement that you care to, done in that same voice.
Well, what should we call it? If I make him eligible for the top 10, do we just call him Kevin?
You know how much I like that. You have to add the pause in front of it.
I've told the story in the past on the show. Tell the story of where this comes from, what we're talking about.
I wish I knew the exact match, but it's a television match where Mark Lawrence, who does ringside commentary, but also does the ring announcing, and it's some kind of a match where Kevin Von Erich at the Sportatorium wins the match, as he always does, and Mark Lawrence, who may be the most laid-back, subtle, quiet announcer ever, says, over the loudspeaker, and the winner of the match, Kevin. Why Why is that so funny?
The only thing funnier than that, in the same place, in Dallas, years later for the Global Wrestling Federation, when they had the bungee match. Who was it? It was Stephen Dane versus Chaz Taylor, I think.
Chaz Taylor, yeah.
And they're having the bungee match, which is just ridiculous, and it's as bad as you would think. But the special referee was someone introduced as Special Referee Kevin. They kept calling him. They called him over and over again, Special Referee Kevin. And he wasn't Kevin Von Erich. I have no idea who this Kevin was.
I wonder if they were actually trying to brand him as a single-name superstar along the lines of Elvis or Cher.
Kevin.
Hey. Kevin, what are your opinion about those dastardly Freebirds?
Oh, gosh. Oh, Michael Hayes. It's just filthy drugs. And he's, I don't know why I went to drugs right away.
Filthy drugs at that.
Filthy drugs. Oh, you know, I remember in Dallas one time, me and Dave, we were hanging out in the back and there was a lot of trouble going down, but we were with Uncle Gary. Scott, do you know who Uncle Gary is?
Is that Gary Hart?
Hey, Gary Hart. We call him Uncle Gary because he was Dad's booker. And also because he used to smoke reefer with us behind the sportatorium. Uncle Gary. I hate cats. Have I told you that?
Oh.
Well, all right. I guess we'll put it up to the top 10 voters. It's Kevin, or I don't know why I said it's Kevin, but that's like Kevin's one-man show. It's Kevin.
Right.
All right. Well,
Barefoot Kevin. Do you like that any better?
Barefoot Kevin. Maybe just Kevin.
Kevin. Yes, Kevin.
Kevin, eligible for the top 10 possibly next week. But that's number 5, the Black Scorpion.
That gave me an idea for a new character, not Kevin.
What would that be?
Same thing.
My goal is to be able to do Fritz, Kevin, Kerry, and David. Number 4 this week in the top 10, Scott, a man who has become popular in a very short period of time. He's from Sunset Beach, Hawaii. He's not a beach bum, but he is the Magnificent One. And I had an opportunity earlier today to speak with him. Let's now go via telephone connection to 818. That is Hawaii and the Magnificent One. Here at number 4 this week in the top 10 is a newcomer who's become very popular in a short amount of time, and that is none other than the Magnificent One, and I believe we have him on the line right now. Magnificent One, are you there?
I am here in all my magnificence before the audience of the 605. And may I congratulate you on your good taste in making me and appointing me for 2018 the new forever co-host of the 605 Superpodcast.
No. I don't believe that would work for me, and I don't believe I announced that Magnificent One, although we do love having you
I was
on the
told,
show.
Are you trying to make a fool out of me? Are you trying to confuse me? Are you trying to insinuate? Go ahead. Tell me what you got to say.
I didn't say anything. I was waiting to hear where you went with that Magnificent One. But no, I'm not trying to insinuate or anything else. However, if truth were to be told, we have not had any conversations about the Magnificent One becoming the full-time co-host here on the Super Podcast, although the listeners do love you here on the air.
That is not what I have been told. I was minding my own business, eating a noodle kugel on the North Shore, when all of a sudden my phone is blowing up. It's a missile crisis. It's Brian Last wants you to be the permanent co-host. All kinds of offers coming in.
Well, hold on. Well, obviously, as everyone knows, it was in the news. There was I guess fraudulent would be the right word, or a false missile alert that went out to all the residents on the various Hawaiian islands. And you just said my phone was blowing up. There was a missile alert. I don't think that's, well, now that I think about it, maybe blowing up may not have been the right term to use there, but one thing has nothing to do with the other Magnificent One.
I put that shit on buzz because I got bigger and better things to deal with. Do you want to hear about my agenda, or is there anything you would like to hear from me that I can grace you with right now?
I'm dying to hear what your agenda is.
First of all, I want to thank all the listeners, out of character if you will. to update you on the Ernie Roth Memorial Dental Clinic for the indigent.
I forgot about that.
We have been doing spectacular, and I just want to tell the people to keep your cards and dentures coming in.
Right, that's right.
And don't shirk on the baby teeth. If you think infantile toothlessness is a joke,
What?
you should come to the island sometime.
You know, Magnificent One,
Now.
I think it's nice that you're doing this to help people out, but I forgot what the address was. What was the address that people could send their baby teeth and everything else to?
We have moved since last time I spoke to you.
Oh,
It used to be 27 Akahuku Drive.
right.
Now it is 10563 Ikehiki Terrace. I could spell that for you people.
No.
I could put it up on my MySpace anytime you want.
You may have to do that.
So it's up to you.
I do not think we have enough time in this 4-hour
If you wanna
broadcast for you
find
to
it.
actually spell out this address like you did last time. But let's go back now, Magnificent One. I know you said you had an agenda. What is on your agenda this week?
I have been sitting on something very near and dear to my heart since I have made my debut on the spectacular 605 Superpodcast. And I have been holding my tongue throughout my entire professional and retired career. But this is the time to set the record straight and show solidarity with my brothers and sisters in the Me Too movement.
What?
That's right. Because I have got my own story. I have got my own story, Brian Lass.
Oh my, I don't know where
This
you're
isn't
going with
easy.
this, Magnificent One, but tread very carefully is all I'll say. But what is your...
This is a statement
Okay.
that I have put out to all the major press. Billboard Magazine, Pro Wrestling Torch. Everybody got it.
Okay.
Everybody is on blast when it comes to this message because it's important to the Magnificent One. And I have been silent on this subject for far too long. So this is my story, and this is my statement. Okay, Magnificent, you can do this. Let me just put my spectacles on, and excuse me if I cry.
What?
Okay. Early in my career, I was innocently making my way through a tray of chicken tetrazzini while performing the Harvard step test backstage at a spot show in Eudora, Wisconsin. I thought I heard a door open and close, but when I turned around, there was nobody there. Thinking nothing of it, I had finished up the last of my pre-match zine and was smack in the process of putting on a size medium half shirt emblazoned with the words, "Makin' Bacon," when I felt a strange sensation below my waist.
Magnificent One, you're starting to sound like Dusty a little bit.
I just noticed that. I looked down to see 4 tiny hands belonging to none other than Lady Midget Sensations Diamond Lil and Darlin' Dagmar, as they were going to town on the Magnificent One's netherworld,
What?
if you will.
Oh, wait. This
I
story
am
is from the
meeting did
netherworld.
nothing to deter them from their dirty business. On the contrary, it seemed to spur them on like 2 demented elves. They continued to mock me, even as their minuscule digits seemingly became a blur around my rookie loins. Sorry, Corky Dan. We were all out of towels, they cackled maniacally, skipping down the hallway, feeding each other from a small can of Dinty Moore Vienna sausages. And just like that, I had experienced what the old-timers had warned me about from day one, the Lady Midget Mafia. Female midgets controlled the business back in the day, and they knew it. Needless to say, I was frozen with fear and confusion, and it wasn't only because of the power that they held over me in my career. It was also because, like most of the big names of the era, I had grown up idolizing the Lady Midgets. One day, Ray Stevens himself took me aside and said, "Kid, these little gals are what this business is all about. Don't ever forget that." Unfortunately, this was true in more ways than one. Everybody knows the real reason Buddy Rogers was forced to drop the belt to Bruno Sammartino in 48 seconds is because he famously spurned the advances of East Coast power broker, and I have never named her before, Princess Little Clam.
Okay, hold on.
Now,
Hold on, Magnificent.
This is almost, I know I know this is earth-shattering material. Let me just, one more paragraph to go.
Okay.
The denouement, if you will. No star, no matter their place on the card, nor status within the industry, was safe from their tiny reign of abuse. In 1989, the Reverend Billy C. Wirtz bravely tackled the subject head-on in his groundbreaking documentary, Teeny Weeny Meeny, which chronicled the life of terror at the hands of his then-wife, the 1 1/2 foot tall real-life monster known as Cupid Doll LaRue. Unfortunately, this would not bring about real change, and our diminutive overlords won again, and Billy C. Wirtz was never heard from again. On a closing note, I am here to say that this is unacceptable, and I lend my voice to my Me Too brothers and sisters. Also, I would like to say a big fuck you to Aziz Ansari. I don't know if he did anything wrong or not. I just find him highly annoying. Mahalo and peace out.
There he is, number 4 in the top 10, the magnificent one. I was about to say not Don Morocco, but that would be stealing another character's gimmick. Not a beach bum.
I didn't get to say it before we went to Mr. Morocco, but I want to say, coming out of that segment, aloha.
All right, well, that's number 4. Number 3 this week in the top 10, making his debut at number 3, pretty impressive showing, is Dr. X. You remember Dr. X, of course, Scott. It is...
I'm not sure I do.
It is one of the many personalities of Stan Saxon.
That's right.
And actually, our friend Marty Gold, who's been on the show in the past, sent me some clips of Dr. X a few years back doing some radio spots for his show. Let me play one of these. Let's see how this works, Scott.
A holiday, you family, a friend, you socialize, but no drinking and drive, or there'll be trouble.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
92.9 Kick FM.
That's a lot more professional than I thought it was going to be.
That guy taught Rusev everything he knows.
Yeah, really. Hold on, let's play one more. Let's hear, this one's, I think, a little shorter.
He no say what government want to say. So government no like. So you be listen to Marty Gold.
From the Great Canadian Talk Show.
92.9 Kick FM.
He needs to get a tag team partner so he can go against Moose and Squirrel.
Does sound like bar is bad enough, doesn't it?
A little bit. Just a little bit.
I hadn't thought of that, but yeah, it does. I got to ask Marty how these went over with his audience up on the radio station up in Canada. But number 3 this week, Dr. X. And in the future, we have some more Dr. X audio, but he'll also be making appearances on the show if he makes it back to the top 10. Dr. X. Number 2 this week in the top 10, a man who is very popular each and every week. People ask me about him nonstop on social media. I'm sure they do you too, Scott. I'm sure of it. And that is Hot Dog.
He's my favorite.
I'm sure he is, but Hot Dog could not be with us here today, but I did have an opportunity a little bit earlier to speak to Hot Dog, and let's go to this right now. At number 2 this week in the top 10 is Hot Dog, or as he asks me to call it each time, Hot Dog and Lasto. Hot Dog, are you there?
I'm absolutely here. Wow, been a long time, baby. Been a long time. I did want to ask you, is everything cool between us, my brother?
As far as I know, I mean, I hear no horn, so I definitely am listening to you with a more serious tone because of that.
Well, it had been so long since I heard from you. I thought maybe our show had been canceled. I was a little nervous.
No, we're not canceled. It's just there were a few Star Wars episodes and a Hall of Fame special. So because of that, you weren't on the show for a few weeks.
What a relief. Boy, I tell you, for a minute there, I was as nervous as a long-tailed cat in a room full of Von Erichs.
Okay.
5 minutes with Hot Dog, yeah. What? 5 minutes with you. 5 minutes with Hot Dog and Lasto. 5 minutes with you.
What are you doing?
Hey there, 605 and Tears. Welcome to our new mini podcast, 5 minutes with hot dog.
What?
Yeah.
Hold on. You don't discuss any of this with me before. So now in the middle of the hot dog show, or Hot Dog and Lasto, you're recording a podcast?
Like I said, it was done under the cover of the fact that I thought maybe our radio show had been canceled, feathering my nest, if you will. It's 5 minutes with hot dog and Lasto. It's rapid fire fun, music, and conversating with the original dream team, Hot Dog and Lasto.
No.
You never know when or where we're going to pop up.
Well, kind of, I guess so, but is
That's
this...
Right. By popular demand. My Twitter feed is blowing up with requests for more of us, and I think we are happy to oblige.
This podcast, is it the same as the regular hot dog show?
Absolutely not.
Oh.
No. Now, the podcast is just going to pop up when and where can never be predictable, but the Podcast and Lasto show, as you've just confirmed, is still ongoing. So it's going to be Podcast and Lasto, and you can vote for that in the top 10.
Podcast and Lasto?
You can vote for 5 minutes with us.
You forgot your name, hot dog.
I'm going to go.
All right, hot dog. Your name isn't Podcast. You're not changing your name to Podcast, correct?
I'm still thinking it over, but I think I'm going to go with 5 minutes.
All right.
I'm still thinking it over, but I think I'm going to go with... I'm still thinking it over. I think I'm going to go with 5 minutes with... That covers a multitude of sins. I'm going to go with 5 minutes with hot dog.
That's the name of your podcast?
Yeah, that's absolutely it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to go rogue on you here, but I hadn't heard from you in so damn long, Excuse my French. Especially during that Observer Hall of Fame special. I got a ton of requests. In fact, I was surprised you didn't ask me for my own picks for the Observer Hall of Fame this year.
I didn't know you were a voter, hot dog.
Oh, sure. I'll be glad to run them down for you.
Okay.
Just quickly, number 4, Billy Jack Haynes.
No, come on.
Long overdue. I mean, undeniable. The hat alone is Hall of Fame worthy. The hat.
Well,
right?
The hat, yes, all right.
Number 3, Skylo Low. Long overdue. I think we can all agree on that. There was a time when you couldn't even book a 4-man tag team Mighty Midget Melee without using Skylo Low. I understand he just missed being inducted this year. He was on Dave's short list.
I got it.
Short list because he's a little squirt.
I got it. All right. So that's two names.
They seem a little controversial. I don't think Dave likes him. Dave's favorite mini wrestler is no surprise, a Japanese wrestler, Mr. Saito Ito. Like a midget version of Mr. Saito.
Mr. Saito Ito.
Mr. Saito Ito.
All right. So that's the...
Arigato, Mr. Saito Ito.
What does he do when he goes to the McDonald Land Play Center?
I don't know, but when he gets his french fries, he gets those little tiny salt packets.
Well, I gotta say, I like your podcast a lot, Hot Dog. What was your other? You said you had one more. What was the other person you voted for the Observer Hall of Fame?
I had 2 more. Number 2, of course, Randy Hales. Long overdue. Am I right?
No.
When you think back on the long history of Memphis wrestling, all that great history, you got to realize that for much of that, Randy Hales was often standing right nearby.
That's not Hall of Fame worthy, Hot Dog.
Well, I've heard that due to the runaway success of his book, Awkward, the Randy Hales story, Randy has been presenting his own new one-man show.
I had not heard that. What do you know about his one-man show?
It's called Let's Get Randy Out Here, an evening with Randy Hales. I saw a preview performance of the show, and I'll be honest, I really enjoyed it. But I couldn't tell if it was Randy doing his one-man show or just talking to himself in an empty room. Judge for yourself, fans. But I digress.
Yes.
And my number 1 pick is, how can you deny this guy? My number 1 pick for the Observer Hall of Fame this year is The Rock.
The Dwayne Johnson, The Rock. Okay, that's a good pick.
No, he doesn't have to call him Johnson. His name is Dwayne The Rock Johnson. Now, you can call him Dwayne, or you can call him Rock, or you can call him Rocky, or you can call him Dewey, or you can call him Flex Cavetta, or you can call him Rocky Maivia, but you doesn't have to call him Johnson.
I don't understand what you're doing. What was that?
That's my tribute to Raymond J. Johnson Jr., that the comedy routine made famous in the 70s, long before you were born, by the great Bill Saluga.
All right, so there's your Hall of Fame ballot
on the Acu playlist this week.
Hey, listen, I promise you'll be on the Hall of Fame special next year.
That bit is what they call a way homer. You're going to get it on the way home and laugh your ass off.
You're going to get something on the way home. I don't know what it'll be.
24 hours to go. 5 minutes with hot dog.
Okay.
Nothing no do, nowhere to go. Spend 5 minutes with hot dog.
I'm pretty sure this has been longer than 5 minutes, hot dog.
Well, it's just a taste, TGBL. An amuse-bouche, if you will, of the wrestling comedy and unpredictable hijinks coming at you on 5 minutes with hot dog. And lasto, remember, it's not fast, it's sudden. 5 minutes with hot dog, yeah. Hey, Louie Louie.
Okay, all right. Are we done? Can we
go now?
Well, there he is at number 2 this week in the top 10, the very exhausting hot dog, Scott. He has a podcast now on top of his Hot Dog and Lasto radio show, which airs nowhere, never. But it's number 2 in the top 10.
That's
so
a lot on his plate.
He's getting scary close to number 1. But number 2, it's hot dog. Number 1 this week in the top 10, which means next week he challenges for the championship against either the champion Brother Midnight or Denim Fritz. It's none other than the handsome boogeyman, not Jimmy Valiant. Of course, I had an opportunity to speak to the boogeyman earlier today to hear what he had to say about this breaking news that he was now number 1 in the top 10. Let's go to this conversation with the handsome boogeyman. At number 1 this week in the top 10 is the always popular handsome boogeyman, not Jimmy Valiant. And I believe he's on the line right now. Boogeyman, are you there?
You have reached legendary Hall of Famer, handsome not Jimbo from Memphis, answering machine.
Okay.
I'm either out wrestling in a main event or a feature tag match, or I'm running up and down the road trying to make $1 out of 15 cents. I had been sitting by the phone since before the holidays, just waiting and anticipating that phone call about my top 10 status vis-a-vis the championship. I gave up on this shit about a week ago, starting to think that old Boogie Not Woogie Man may have been put out to pasture by the 605, the Mothership. But I digress. You see, if I wait any longer, Laster will be doing a star-studded memorial for me, the handsome one. But in the meantime, I'm still alive and kicking. And if you leave your name at the sound of the tone and have any business offers, or you want to place a T-shirt order, and remember, if you order a T-shirt within the next 3 to 6 months from Boogie's Not a Gift Shop, you will get a personal thank you phone call from Big Mama herself.
What?
Tone.
Oh, that was the beep. At number 1 this week in the top 10, the handsome boogeyman, which means next week on the Super Podcast, the boogeyman.
I just picked up the phone at the end of my message.
Oh, did you?
Check my messages. Did you say number 1?
I did say number 1. You are number 1 this week in the top 10, boogeyman. Thank you for picking up the phone.
Absolutely. Number 1. That is tremendous news. Great way to start off the new year. If you next year, if you could do it on maybe the 1st or the 2nd, the boogeyman would really appreciate that. But I'm ready to take the crown from whoever is soiling it at this moment.
Well, you're going to go up next week against either the champion Brother Midnight or, if he defeats him tonight, Denim Fritz.
Oh, my God. Is that a pair to draw to? Brother Midnight and Denim Shit. I tell you. I'm just
Denim Fritz. Denim Fritz.
Denim Fritz. Let me jot that down.
Yeah.
If only I had one of those handsome boogie pens from the gift shop.
Yes, it's Denim Fritz, not Denim Shit, just like it's Hot Dog and Lasto, not Podcast and Lasto.
Who?
All right, well, listen, Boogeyman, now that you're on the line, anything you want to say to the listeners, to the 605ers, or to your potential opponents next week, either Brother Midnight or Denim Fritz?
I've made this bold prediction before, but I'm going to wipe the floor with either one of those sorry suckers. And just don't keep me waiting 2 months like the last time for me to take my proper place at the top of the heap.
All right, Boogeyman, well, it sounds like you are ready for the challenge. We'll see what next week...
I'm ready.
We'll see what next week has in store for you.
I'm ready, willing, and able to rock and roll tonight or any possible date in the future. Just check with me right here at this number. Woo! Mercy!
At number 1, the handsome Boogeyman, not Jimmy Valiant, and of course we mentioned it several times. He will challenge for the championship next week against either Brother Midnight or Denim Fritz. Scott, the votes are in. The votes have been tabulated. The winner and new champion, once again champion, Denim Fritz.
Sorry, just go back a minute and give it the Howard Finkel. And new...
No, that's all right. But Denim Fritz is the new champion. That means Brother Midnight will once again be eligible for the top 10. Starting next week, we have some Denim Fritz tweets and a few text messages that Denim Fritz sent me. Scott, let me read these here.
Breaking news, as first reported by the International Flight Attendants Alliance, Chris Adams will be inducted into the WCCW Hall of Fame.
That's of course.
Oh my goodness!
He beat up a flight attendant. That's that goes through.
That's where the humor comes in. He beat up a flight attendant.
In the past, some of the boys were accused of trying to kill the town. Here in Dallas, we did it one wrestler at a time.
Oh my God, that is so awful.
Do you read these before you do them?
I should have read that one a little better before I read that one.
Yeah.
The guy that played Bozo the Clown here in Dallas, Fort Worth, is the first inductee of the celebrity wing of the World Class Hall of Fame. Not to be confused with Bronco the Clown.
Oh, poor Bronco.
Security guards, off-duty cops watching the ring? Horse shit. In World Class, all we needed was a piece of clothesline to keep the fans out of the ring. And my boys were rock stars.
A little angry there.
Coming out soon in time for Record Store Day, a 4-album box set. Glenn Goza, the Sportatorium Basement Tapes.
Wow.
See, that's good. I like that one.
Is that on Ramsor Records?
It's on Ramsor Records. Glenn goes to the Sportatorium Basement Tapes. He doesn't have the band playing with him. I wonder, he has Michael Hayes' band playing with him. But let's get a few more here, Scott.
I'll be honest. There was a time where I thought that the Jim Baker, Jessica Hahn 700 Club scandals would reflect badly on the Von Erich name. The more I think about Lance Von Erich, I don't know. For a while, he was like a son to me. Or was it a nephew? Who the fuck knows?
One more.
Denim Fritz.
Denim fact. Back in 68, the circus came to town, but they lost the center tent pole for the big top. They showed me pictures of Shelley Winters naked, and the show went on without a hitch.
And those are the tweets, the throat-busting tweets.
Yes.
Of the tasteless Denim Fritz. This week on the Super Podcast. Of course, next week on the show, you get to vote Denim Fritz or the handsome boogeyman, not Jimmy Valiant. That's a big one, Scott.
That's a big one, yeah. Now I know why you picked that Kevin Von Erich impression. It's much easier on the vocal cords.
Oh, gosh, it is. I don't even have to do the voice to say that.
Oh,
Sue the Shooter's easy. Kevin Von Erich's easy. Black Scorpion's a little tougher. Even though Black Scorpion and Fritz are similar, Fritz is definitely the toughest one.
Yeah.
You know, it's definitely the toughest. I've seen Ole Anderson show how he did the Black Scorpion voice, and he would actually, from what I saw, like pinch his, like where his voice box would be in his throat. Like he actually like physically would try to manipulate his throat to get the sound out. I should try that next time. We'll see.
Yeah.
As we get moving on with the show here, Scott, a few news and notes items. I want to mention to everyone who has purchased one of our t-shirts. Of course, you can get any of our t-shirts or other merchandise items directly by going to tinyurl.com/superpodstore. We're not one of the many idiots aligned with Pro Wrestling Tees. We do it all ourselves. You support us when you support our product. Colt Cabana does not profit from any sales of the shirts for the Super Podcast, but more shirts coming in the weeks and months ahead. We had an item on the show, I believe, and maybe in the news with Jim Cornette, about a fan throwing a pop bottle at Danny McShane and being fined $300 in 1952. In 2018 money, or at least it was in 2017, that $300 would be the equivalent of $2,733. Thank you, Murphy, for sending that in. And another note here from Michael Bond. Malka. Remember Malka Rabinowitz? Of course, Malka's angry boyfriend, eligible for the top 10, almost got in. Malka is pronounced more like Molka, and he wrote MOLL-KUH. Molka. It means queen. And that's a little bit of information about Malka. I think we'll still call her Malka just because we've done that already, but apparently it's actually pronounced Molka, and it means queen. So thank you, Michael Bond, for sending in that note.
Any word on what Rabinowitz means?
No word on that. But with that, Scott, we're going to move on to our next segment. I had a really good opportunity to speak with our friend of the show, George Shire, wrestling historian, about Wrestling Halls of Fame. Originally, I wanted George to appear on the Wrestling Observer Newsletter Hall of Fame special, but he actually didn't vote this year. So instead, me and him had a long conversation, and you'll hear it here on the air, about the Hall of Fames that he does vote for. And it's a really interesting conversation. It really puts you into the mindset of how does someone get into the various Wrestling Halls of Fame? It's weird saying Halls of Fame, but how does someone get into a Wrestling Hall of Fame, and what does a voter think? What mindset are they in to elect someone to the Hall of Fame? We're going to talk about that and so much more. Let's go to this conversation with wrestling historian George Shire. I'm happy to welcome back to the Super Podcast wrestling historian George Shire, and today we're going to talk about the criteria to be elected to the Hall of Fame. Not just the Wrestling Observer Hall of Fame, but the various Hall of Fames in wrestling, because George votes for all of them. George, welcome back to the program.
Hey, Brian, I'm glad you're having me on. It sounds like a fun topic, and I'm sure we can probably enlighten some people on what goes on, maybe behind the scenes a little bit.
Yeah, I'm fascinated to hear what you have to say. Before we get going, let me read, when you get the email, or I guess some people get it in the mail, the ballot for the Wrestling Observer Newsletter Hall of Fame. What Dave Meltzer writes is, if you are getting this, you are being asked your opinion on who should be inducted into this year's Hall of Fame class. The criteria for the Hall of Fame is a combination of drawing power, being a great in-ring performer, or excelling in one's field in pro wrestling, as well as having historical significance in a positive manner. A candidate should have either something to offer in all three categories, or be someone so outstanding in one or two of those categories that they deserve inclusion. So that's how Dave puts it out there, that you should think about the different candidates for the Wrestling Observer Newsletter Hall of Fame. Now, you vote for the Observer, although you didn't this year, but you also vote in the other Hall of Fames. Talk a little bit about where you vote and the process that you go through when you put your ballot together.
Well, I'm actually on the ballot creating committee for the Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame in Wichita Falls, Texas, which we just completed this past September. I was the chairman for the past 2 years. I have one more year remaining, and it's a rotating board of 3 people. So what's really interesting about this is we keep it to 3 people that come up with the ballots for all of the different categories. And what's important is that there's just a great line of questions that go into why somebody should be on the ballot versus somebody else. One of the things that I learned early on about the ballot committee is that there are always that select group of fans out there that because somebody was their favorite wrestler or somebody they were excited to go see or they knew, they automatically think that they should be in the Hall of Fame. Or the other thing that often happens is in today's world, because wrestling has changed so much over the past 30 years, I usually use 1985 as the cutoff for going forward. And people today say, well, so-and-so was a 17-time this champion or that champion. And one of the criteria that we use at the Hall of Fame in Wichita Falls is you didn't have to hold a championship either once or 17 times to be under consideration to be in the Hall of Fame, because it kind of goes back to what you had mentioned about Meltzer's criteria for the Observer, that there are things like drawing power and longevity that can really give credence to a guy being in the Wrestling Hall of Fame. And I can give you an example of something. Everybody's familiar with the Crusher, Reggie Lisowski.
Yeah.
Now, yes, Reggie held many championships in his career, and he was AWA champion a couple of times. But here's the criteria for Reggie, for the Crusher. Take all those championships out of the equation, and the Crusher belongs in a Wrestling Hall of Fame. And the other side of the coin is that the Crusher, by his own admission, did not want titles because it got in his way of his doing wrestling the way he wanted to wrestle, where if he wanted to wrestle, he'd wrestle, and if he wanted to take time off, they'd work an injury angle or something, or say he's in a different territory and he'd take time off. Crusher hated it when he had a title. And usually when he was champion, it was doing a favor for Vern Gagne and just being like a interim champion to get to the next guy that's going to hold the belt. But yeah, the Crusher, that's a name that if you throw out, you say, he's in the Hall of Fame. If he's not in the Hall of Fame, it's not a Hall of Fame. And you talk about the longevity factor. Well, the guy started wrestling in 1952. He wrestled up to about 1985. Now, we could argue he was past his prime in 1985 or 86 when he was still climbing into the ring, and he wasn't the Crusher that he had been a decade or two earlier, but he had the drawing power, because when his name was on the marquee, fans came to see him. So he had that ability, even though he wasn't, he was in his 50s by the time 1985 came along. So I think longevity and durability plays a great deal along with drawing power. And we've got guys that we discuss when we're talking about the different categories for the Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame in Texas. We talk about things like the longevity and the time in the ring and the different territories they went to and how many different characters they played and how successful they were with them. And I don't care if the guy was a mid-carder his whole career. There are times when you just say, you know what? Why isn't this guy in the Hall of Fame? He deserves it. And he may never have held the title. So we have those discussions. And then you got to weigh it against, you can only come up with 5 people in each category, 5 guys in each category. And so as we go around with just the 3 people in our committee, and let me point this out, we keep it at 3 people because that way we're able to come to some decisions. Whereas if we had 8 or 9 or 10 or 12 people in the room, we're not going to be able to agree on what to order for lunch. I mean, that's just the way it is.
Yeah.
So 3 people, we end up having these discussions. And if 2 of the 3 agree, the other one will concede and we'll put them on the ballot. But I can't tell you how long some of the discussions go. In fact, I got the announcements just the other day. The Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame in Wichita Falls has the Pioneer Division, which is, way pre-TV, etc. Then we have the TV era, which we look at guys. Then we have the modern era, and we have the territorial era. We have a tag team division. We have an international division. We have a ladies division. What else have we got here? We have executive division. And the executive division is kind of unique because it looks at honoring bookers and promoters and people that, more behind the scenes, that sort of thing, that maybe would never get into a Wrestling Hall of Fame. And we all know they're very crucial to the storylines and the angles and everything that were worked out in wrestling. So those discussions are very interesting. But the one thing that myself and the other 2 guys that have been on the board, we discuss is, don't tell me that somebody, just because he had 17 times world champion, that he should be in the Hall of Fame, because it doesn't work that way. And the Crusher, going back to him, if the man never held a title in his life, he was the most drawing wrestler in the AWA for 20 years strong, 20 years plus. And he outdrew Vern Gagne most of the time. So there's where you got to say the guy belongs in the Hall of Fame. And then when you look at any territory, I think you can go to any territory you want. There were wrestlers that just stayed in a certain territory for their entire career, with but rarest exceptions when they maybe ventured out for a short period of time, but they always came back home. A good example of that is a guy like Larry Hennig. Larry was AWA first and foremost for about 90% of his career. And you take his little jaunts that he had out east, and you had a little Florida run and an Amarillo run, and that was it. But a guy like Larry, just because he didn't travel all over, does that mean that he's not eligible to get into a Hall of Fame? And so all of these questions have to be discussed when we're doing that. Now, in contrast to that, I will tell you about the Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame in Waterloo, Iowa. I'm on their nominating committee, and what that means is I get a ballot with their criteria and the list of wrestlers that they have on it, and we vote for one of those wrestlers, or we can add somebody. We can do a write-in. And but here's the difference between their ballot and the Wichita Falls ballots. The Waterloo ballots stay the same every year. Unless somebody has been inducted into their Hall of Fame, they don't come off the ballot. So basically, every year, you get this same ballot with the same 20 guys on it, and unless you write someone in, and they're trying to get certain wrestlers in. So I'm not really sure how their criteria is even to get these guys on the ballot, but the problem is that there seems to be no logical reason why somebody isn't removed from the ballot if they haven't been voted in. Contrasting that back to Wichita Falls, a guy can be on the ballot for 2 years, and if he doesn't get enough votes to be voted in, he is then off the ballot at least for another year before he gets put back on. And that way, maybe he's got another chance down the road. So I think the rationale behind them is really good, because guys that deserve to get in will get into a Hall of Fame based on their longevity and their drawing power.
Have you had any occurrences when, specifically with the Wichita Falls Hall of Fame, with you being on a committee of 3 people who decide who gets nominated each year, have you had any occurrences where it's someone who you just think, this is a no-brainer, this guy should be in this Hall of Fame, he should be in any Hall of Fame, and there was disagreement?
It isn't so much disagreement, Brian, as it is interesting discussion, because it's a back and forth. I can tell you that some of the wrestlers that get discussed for a particular category, we kind of laugh, because I went down to Wichita Falls again this past September, and on a Saturday morning at about 9 o'clock, we are basically in this room where we've got our criteria and our material in front of us, and we're ready to start discussing the different categories. And we're in there all day. I mean, this past year, we were still in there at 10 o'clock at night, with the exception of having a break for lunch. And there were times when we'd have an hour-long discussion on a guy or two about, why isn't he in here and you want to put so-and-so in? And I'll give you an example of one guy. And he's a well-known wrestler, and he did hold titles in his career, and that was Red Bastien. Now, Red Bastien has never been inducted into the Pro Wrestling Hall of Fame, which originally was up in Amsterdam, New York, and that's the one that we're talking about that's now in Wichita Falls. For whatever reason, in my opinion, Red Bastien at some point is a no-brainer that he should be in the Hall of Fame for a variety of reasons. Number one, he was a hell of a draw as a wrestler. Red Bastien's name on a card, it meant something. He was a great tag team wrestler. Didn't matter who he teamed with, he had success, and he and his partner drew well. Then you talk about Red Bastien, the booker, and you talk about Red Bastien, the promoter. And you sit back and you say, how can all of these things be overlooked? And a guy like Red is not in the Hall of Fame. So discussions like that take place, and someone else will come by with another guy and say, okay, well, now let's look at this guy. Why might he be a little bit better than Red? And like I say, we can only come up with 5 names, and then the votes are sent out, or the ballots are sent out, and the voters then vote, one vote for the one guy out of the 5 that they want to be in that particular category. And it's the number of votes that gives us our winner. If there's a tie, it was decided a couple years ago that if it were a tie for first place, that the Hall of Fame would actually induct both guys, which makes no sense.
Going back to your earlier point, which I agree with, that you can't just look at someone's title reigns and say, this person had 17 title reigns, they're automatically a Hall of Famer, because in the last 20 years, we've seen that title reigns don't mean anything anymore. They go every single week, every single show.
Well, and that's true.
There can be a title change. So It's hard to really look at that. And I'm curious what problems you anticipate going forward when contemporary wrestlers start getting on the ballot and you have to evaluate their careers where it's less about an individual being a draw. There are some cases, John Cena's a draw. But for the most part, everyone's part of a package where the company's the draw.
Right.
How do you evaluate a wrestler going forward who is wrestling in that sort of atmosphere?
Well, obviously, with next year being my last year of the 3-year term on the Wichita Falls ballot committee, I probably won't have to deal with that problem personally. I'll just be voting. But let me explain it this way to you. We do have the modern era category on Wichita Falls ballot. So as time progresses, we're always going to have this discussion, or it's going to have to be made, why is John Cena better than Sting, or why is John Cena better than Roman Reigns, or whoever it might be. Again, it's probably going to be looked at differently when you get into that category. But for the most part, the 2 Pro Wrestling Hall of Fames, Iowa and Wichita Falls, they are more designed to recognize the guys that paved the road for all of the modern era stars. And going back to a time when, yes, a title meant something. You know, if you go back to the National Wrestling Alliance title formula, generally speaking, before Ric Flair's first title reign in the NWA, generally speaking, the NWA would have their annual convention. All the promoters, they would vote on who they wanted as the champion and who they would represent. And then they generally wanted that guy to be champion for a 2 to 3 year period of time. And that was kind of their formula. If you look at guys like from Lou Thez to Dick Hutton to Pat O'Connor to Buddy Rogers, Gene Kaniski, Dory Funk, you get into Jack Briscoe and Harley Race, they generally had a 3-year run where they were at the top. And then it was time to move on to somebody else. And it was very uncommon, with the exception of Lou Thez and later on Harley Race, that one of their champions had multiple reigns, because the title, as you said earlier, it meant something. The guy had to work hard. You know, the perception was wrestling was real, and that's the way they wanted you to believe it. So the perception was the guy had to work hard to get to it. When he got to the championship, he now had to work hard to keep it, But common sense says that eventually somebody's going to come along and take his title, because their rationale was that on any given night, the champion could be unseated. But normally speaking, it got to the point after about 2 or 3 years with the NWA champions, a guy like Gene Kadisky, Jack Briscoe was another one. Eventually, they just went to Sam Muchnick and they said, "Hey, I need a break, man. Let's get the belt off of me. Let's work towards making this happen," because these guys worked so many dates a year in all over the country. Harley Race is a great example. Harley Race worked 1 year, something like 375 dates, and there's only 365 days in a year, which means he basically worked the entire year, traveling to Japan, going to Canada. He was in Mexico. He was all over the United States, wherever the NWA promoted. Well, actually, the NWA didn't promote. The different territories used that champion. And he gets to the point where he says, "I need a break." You could also use that same formula if you went to the WWF when Bruno was champion. Bruno was a hell of a draw. And I think anybody could argue that even without the championship that he carried for 7 years, his first reign, a little over 7, I think anybody could argue that Bruno would have still been the draw he was in the territory that he was in with the ethnic background on the East Coast. But he was their champion. But finally, by the late 70s or the late 60s, Bruno says, "Hey, I need a break. I need to get this off of me for a while." And that's where Ivan Koloff came in. So they didn't want to have a baby or a heel champion, so they used the interim thing where Koloff beat Bruno and they immediately put it on Pedro Morales. But again, Pedro had it for a couple years, then they went back to Bruno again. But generally speaking, the champion in those days, it really did mean something. The same with Vern Gagne. If you looked at the AWA, obviously Vern was the champion most of the time in the AWA history. But if you look at when he put the title on somebody, when he got to Nick Bockwinkel, Nick had it for 5 years without an interruption. And by that time, Nick was getting a little weary. I'm going to take some time off. Can we work out something here? And they started, giving him some time away. But that's the way titles worked in those days. Today, it is a little bit differently because the guys, they're a 17-time champion, but they've only held the championship for sometimes a couple of weeks in between different reigns. And to me, that just doesn't mean anything. Lou Thez, he was kind of a strange animal because from the 30s when he started wrestling to the 60s, he had 6 times that he held the championship. At that point in time, I should point out, he was the only wrestler that could claim to have a world championship 6 times. And each time he had it for a good 2 or 3 years or more during those reigns. So it made more sense than some of the title changes perhaps that Ric Flair had where they were changed. Well, look at Dusty Rhodes. Dusty was a couple times champion, but how many days was he champion? Look at Tommy Rich. Tommy Rich, those are coffee breaks. And I think it's just promoted differently.
Yeah, and to your point earlier about the exhaustion that the NWA champion went through, the story has always been that there was a point in the late 60s when Sam Muchnick wanted to do business with Vince Sr. again, and Lou Thez wanted the title off him, and they were talking about potentially making Bruno, who was the box office attraction at Madison Square Garden, which meant he was on the cover of every magazine that was out in New York, making him the NWA champion. And the story's always been that Bruno waved it off because of the schedule. Like, he didn't even want to consider it because of that schedule.
Well, and when you talk about that schedule, I sat down with Nick Bockwinkel back in 1996, and I did an interview with him for Scott Teal in his Whatever Happened To series.
Yeah.
And Nick told me, in fact, Scott Teal currently has a new book out called the Wrestling Archive Project, and he actually reprinted that interview that I did with Nick. But here was the deal. Nick told me, he said, Fritz von Erich had come to Nick and said, we'd consider putting the NWA belt on you, and you'd have some promoters that would back you. And Nick says, I sat down and I did the math. He said, I sat down and I looked at the number of dates that Harley Race was working. And again, go back to that 75 dates that he's working in a 365-day year. Harley had no time off. And, one night he'd be in Tampa. The next night he'd be, in Texas. And then he'd be over in Japan. And then he'd be in Hawaii. And then he'd be up in Toronto. I mean, this was his schedule. And all points in between. In a given month, he was just all over the place. And Nick says, so I sit down and I do the math. I figure out what Harley is making as champion. I figure out what Vern is paying me to be champion. And I've got a much lesser schedule. He says, I work in the AWA, and I basically work about 6 months out of the year. Now, he's working every month on cards, but he's got time off in between to have a life. And he said, after I sat down and did the math and looked at the salaries, I realized that to be Harley, I would be losing money. And I said, no way, I'm staying here. And Nick really did only work about 6 months out of the year.
That was one of the things I've heard said about the AWA was it was an attractive lifestyle for a wrestler because you would work maybe half the month and it wouldn't be that bad and you would have time off. And that's why so many guys moved to Minnesota. They fell in love with it.
Well, and I know this is a little bit off our topic of criteria and stuff, but you're very right on that because most of the guys back, when we had the big three, as you want to call it, you had the NWA, the AWA, and the WWF. Most of the guys in the business, if you talk to them, and of course there's so few that are with us yet, but when you talk to them, they would say they always had the dream of getting to the AWA because, again, it was the schedule where they could work 2 or 3 nights a week. And yes, they had to do some traveling. I mean, they might have to go from Denver to Chicago and then up to Winnipeg and then maybe to Milwaukee. But they could only work, 2 or 3, maybe 4 nights a week. Sometimes they could take a whole week off. And they had time to be with their family and to have a life. But once they went to Tampa, you can just throw throw Florida. If you looked at Florida as a territory and it was under the NWA banner, Florida ran wrestling cards 7 nights a week. They had Tampa on Tuesday. They had, and I'm not sure I got the exact cities, but then they had Miami Beach. They had Miami. They had Palm Beach. They had Tallahassee. They ran cards in Orlando. And so if you went to Florida, which was a great wrestling territory, I loved when I used to go down there for wrestling, but those guys literally worked 6 or 7 nights a week. And, it's hard when you're going out there every night and doing a 40-minute match or an hour match and expected to do it, and they have no time to be home. So, and then at times they'd throw in another card where a guy from Tampa or from Florida would maybe fly into Houston and do a shot there for Paul Bosch or do something in Amarillo for the Funk Brothers or something. And coming to the AWA basically was a cakewalk because you could have time off.
I always loved Bockwinkel in like 82 because that's the most you get of the touring champion, Nick Bockwinkel, because he does the AWA obviously, and then he's working Memphis, where he's a regular foil for Jerry Lawler for years, but specifically this period of time. He works Memphis, he works Houston, where he's trying to buy into the office, he works for Southwest for Joe Blanchard. That's really the one period of time where the AWA champion, for a brief moment there, was treated like a touring champion.
Well, and the other thing, too, there was a legit situation in Houston and it started on one of those Sunday supercards that Paul Bosch had put on. It was the card where Harley Race was supposed to defend the championship to, I believe it was Terry Funk. And also on the card was Bruno Sammartino, who was in the middle of his title reigns. And then they also had Nick Bockwinkel on the card, billing him as AWA champion, and he wrestled against Jose Lothario. Now, on that particular card, the story I always got was that Harley got mixed up. He thought it was an evening show, and here it was a matinee. And Harley failed to show. And so Paul Bosch, he had to do some scrambling. So what he did was, after Nick Bockwinkel had went to a 30-minute draw with Jose in the preliminary, one of the preliminary matches on the card, he put Nick as AWA champion against Terry Funk. Obviously, that was a good move because the fans still got their money, their money's worth by seeing a bona fide good wrestler and a champion. And Nick was received very well with it. Then there was the problem where Harley had come back and said, hey, I didn't know it was an afternoon card. There was one more incident that took place where Harley missed a date in Texas, in Houston. And Paul Bosch just said, screw it, I'm going with Nick. And he worked it out with Vern Gagne. And he said, can I use Nick occasionally? And basically that's what they did. Naturally, Nick was never going to lose the title in Houston, unless it was approved by Vern. But at least they had a world champion down there. And that's how that situation came about. But I could understand Harley being legit if that story is indeed true, and that's the story that I've heard for years. I could understand Harley being mixed up and legitimately miss that date. It makes perfect sense.
Well, on this topic, George, before we get back to the Hall of Fame voting topic here, I'm curious to your thoughts of when did the AWA officially become the number 3 promotion? And I say that because of the WWA, which for a while there, between California and Japan, and of course, in a way, Bruiser's WWA is an offshoot. It's not, but just with the title lineage. When do you think the AWA took over from the WWA as the number 3 promotion?
I think if you went back to the 60s, Brian, and you looked at, first of all, you got to remember leading into the early 60s, you really had one national organization that recognized a world champion, and that was the National Wrestling Alliance. Then we get into about 1959 when the NWA is under scrutiny for being a monopoly with the Justice Department. And for anybody that wants information on that, I'd say grab Tim Hornbaker's great book on how he'll explain that whole situation to you. But that's the short story of it. The NWA needed to do something, and one of the things they did was they agreed with the Minneapolis Wrestling Club, which was Vern Gagne. Well, actually, it was Dennis Stecker and Vern Gagne and Wally Carbo in 1959. But they agreed with them that they would get out of Minneapolis and let Vern and Wally have it. And so that's where the AWA came from. And that was one of those examples where the NWA had a little bit of the heat taken off of them because now they weren't a monopoly in a big territory like the Minneapolis territory was. When we say the Minneapolis territory, you have to bear in mind that that's what all of the wrestlers called the AWA. If you talk to a wrestler, they'll say, I went to work in Minneapolis. But Minneapolis meant Colorado, Wisconsin, Iowa, Illinois, Winnipeg, Iowa, and points in between. So it was Minneapolis. And the NWA took the heat off themselves by giving up that territory. Then, in 1964, you had the World Wrestling Alliance out in California, which in its own way became one of the next alliances to pop up. And then, of course, going back a year, you had 1963 when the World Wrestling, or the Worldwide Wrestling Federation, the prelude to the WWE today, they started up their operation out of disputes with Lou Thez and Buddy Rogers and putting the title on Bruno, etc. And so then you basically had the big three. You had the NWA, WA, and the Tri-WF. Any wrestling magazine of that era in the 60s, those were basically the three major companies. What you have to look at within the business is what the guys, the wrestlers, considered to be the territory they wanted to go to. If they were going to the NWA, they weren't really going to a promotion. They had to find a wrestling territory that used the NWA champion. And there again, it goes like Florida, for example, where the wrestler is going to be working 6 or 7 nights a week all year long. If you went out east to the WWF, you were working a lot of cards on the East Coast. You had a very hectic schedule and very little time off. But again, the AWA, the wrestler said, hey, I can go there and I can work a couple, 3 nights a week, sometimes 4. I can work all week if I want, but there was enough money there for them and enough leisure time where it made sense for them to go there. Now, if you look at those 3 top alliances, it's safe to say that every major star of any name value was on those cards at some point or another. They interchanged, but the AWA had everybody you can think of come through, with the exception of Bruno Sammartino, for example, because he was strictly out east. And Vern Gagne, with but the rarest exception, stayed in the AWA. You had situations like that. But then you had the smaller groups like Bruiser's WWA, which basically Bruiser took the title from California, the WWA championship. He'd actually lost it in California, but he took the belt and went and started his own promotion in Indiana.
Yeah.
And, used the same belt. And then that WWA faction in California eventually melted into becoming the NWA again later on in the 60s. But we really only had those 4 organizations. And the nice thing about Bruiser's group was that a lot of his guys could work Chicago and make good money when Chicago was also, after 1966, was also promoted by Vern Gagne. And so Vern and Bruiser would often have Chicago cards that had a combination of both AWA and WWA guys. And they were the only city that had that luxury. I mean, there were a lot of guys that we never saw in the AWA, but Chicago fans in the AWA got to see them. So, I mean, that was if you lived in Chicago, you kind of had the best of both worlds.
This got me thinking a little bit about Vern. Obviously, he owned the AWA. He had a piece of Chicago with Bruiser and Snyder. He had a piece of St. Louis, I believe. Where else did Vern Gagne have interests that you know of?
Well, he had a piece of St. Louis, as you pointed out, but that was a little bit later on. That was getting closer to the time when Sam Muchnick was stepping down and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And then it was Vern Gagne and Harley Race and Pat O'Connor that had kind of dibs in Chicago. But Vern also had a piece of Mid-South along with Fritz von Erich when Bill Watts was down there, originally with Leroy McGurk. I mean, it was a behind-the-scenes, could have been like 10% or something that he owned of the office. I believe those are the only ones that he actually had his fingers into. And then eventually, Watts and McGurk, they bought Vern and Fritz out, got them out of their hair. But he did have a percentage of it. Same as when Nick Bockwinkel went into Houston along with Paul Bosch, Nick had 10% of the office, which, in figures, I don't know what that means. I mean, it means you got a say in a couple of things. I don't know.
Yeah, it means you get a nice dividend on top of your
there you go.
For being the heavyweight champion. Yeah, you get main event fee for being the world champion against the Junkyard Dog, and then you get your dividend as a partner in the wrestling office.
Yeah.
Pretty good deal. And, when you look at Mid-South, Watts had that deal with Fritz in some of the Oklahoma cities, and that's why you would get, like in the 80s, the Von Erich showing up on some of those shows, even though it was outside of Dallas. And, it really is interesting just the different places people had small percentages and how the different percentages in different places were leveraged at different times.
Well, and the other thing that a lot of people don't realize this, but when you go back to the territorial days, when we had 25, 30, or 35 individual territories in the United States alone, and then you had Canada, and you had Australia and New Zealand, and you could go to Japan. I mean, there were so many opportunities for a wrestler to actually make money if they wanted to. And the travel, that was something they had to live with. It was one of the demons they had to work with. But if they wanted to, I mean, there's no way that a wrestler back in that era couldn't make money. And, you know, Brian, we know that today there is only one company. If you're not working for that one company, Vince McMahon, well, chances are you're working in the indies and you're not making any money at all. And the indies, they don't have TV anymore. So they're really, I mean, the business has changed so drastically. It always amazes me because obviously Vince McMahon has got a $1 billion empire and he's making money. So he knows more than you and I do. And it's just promoted differently and accepted differently and that sort of thing. So, which I guess I want to say, we started our conversation with criterias for Halls of Fame. I think it would be safe to say, let's talk about the WWE Hall of Fame very briefly. Now, number one, there is no balloting. There is no nominating. It's Vince McMahon and company decide who they want to do a DVD on or who they feel they can promote, and they put them in their annual Hall of Fame, of which there is no brick and mortar building. I will add, though, that I think the production value of the program and the presentation of it is top-notch all the way. But the reality is, when you talk about guys that should be in Halls of Fame, in all seriousness, and now his name is escaping me. Who is the WWF wrestler that walked around with a parrot?
Coco Beware.
Coco Beware. There you go. I should have remembered that. Coco Beware. He was inducted into Vince's Hall of Fame. Now, again, I admire any wrestler who put on boots and trunks and got in the ring and did what they did. But I'm going to tell you right now, how does Coco Beware go into the WWE Hall of Fame before Ivan Koloff? Ask that question. It doesn't make sense.
It's one man's whim.
Or how does he go in? How does he go into the WWE Hall of Fame before Bruno Sammartino did?
How does anybody go in? How does anybody go in before Bruno? I mean, that's the thing.
There you go.
When it's based on one person's whim and whoever they don't like doesn't get in, you know, what credibility does it have? And I understand it's a huge honor for the guys for appearing there. I get that. It's a big deal for them. In their way, they're being honored on a stage in front of people. They get to give a speech for their family.
Right.
It's a big deal for them, and I appreciate it from that end of it. But the truth is, there's no one who votes. No one's saying, wait a minute.
Well, and this goes back to when you look at the Waterloo Hall of Fame, which came into existence originally when it was in Newton, Iowa, back in 1999. And the very first two wrestlers that were inducted into the Waterloo Hall of Fame were Lou Thesz and Vern Gagne. Now, to me, that just makes so much sense. If you're going to start a legitimate Hall of Fame, how can you not, first of all, put in Lou Thesz? I don't care what Hall of Fame it is. I don't care. It could be in Timbuktu. If it's a Hall of Fame, Lou Thesz is in the Hall of Fame. And let's go from there. And Vern Gagne, obviously another great choice. But if you're not going to put Bruno Sammartino into your WWE Hall of Fame, and we know that behind the scenes, Bruno was on the outs, Vince was on the outs with Bruno, we know that. But that is not a reason not to recognize him if you're really going to have a legitimate Hall of Fame. We also know that Bruno said, screw you, I don't want to be part of it. I mean, there's all kinds of stories, and somewhere in between all of them, there's truth. But the bottom line is, Bruno Sammartino not in the WWE Hall of Fame up until a couple of years ago when it really did happen made no sense at all, because he was the WWF, period. You got to start there.
Well, I guess circling back to the initial discussion and before we wrap things up, What is your opinion on the role that a Hall of Fame plays? You know, as you're someone who I know takes his responsibilities with the Hall of Fame committees you're on very seriously, and you treat it seriously, as you should. What responsibility do you think a Hall of Fame has going forward to either project a historical narrative or to present a history of wrestling?
Well, I look at it this way. You want to take the Cauliflower Alley Club, for example. They don't actually have a Hall of Fame, but every year at their annual conventions or their annual reunions for the past 25 years, they have more than that, 30 years, 40 years, whatever it is. By golly, it's 50. All right, Shire, get your stuff straight. But the Cauliflower Alley Club has honored wrestlers at their annual reunions. And yes, it means a great deal for a wrestler to be acknowledged, like you said, to get up in front of his family and his peers and be recognized and be able to give a speech and have his career spoken of in a positive way. And I can tell you that the Cauliflower Alley Club does the annual Historian Award that they honor someone. And I was given that award in 2013. So speaking from a personal standpoint, I say, you know what? Yeah, that feels pretty doggone cool. They're recognizing me. My efforts, my work, my labor of love that I've given my whole life to it means something. So from a wrestler standpoint, I say, you know what? Anyone that can be recognized, I think it's good, but I think the criteria has to be legitimate. You just can't pick some fly off the wall and say, we're going to put him into a Hall of Fame. And that's where all of the discussion and all of the debate goes, because, again, using the Cauliflower Alley Club, and nothing wrong with them honoring people, because that's what makes them successful. And to them, to the wrestlers, it's as big a deal to get that plaque and to get the recognition as it is to be in one of the Hall of Fames. But here, let me tell you a downfall to the Cauliflower Alley Club. They will agree to honor you, but you have to agree to show up at the reunion. And if you're not going to show up, unless you're dead or on a gurney, then we're not going to honor you. And they will honor someone else. Now, I understand that that's part of the draw to have people attend, but at the same time, if a guy is deserving, he's deserving whether he can make it there or not. One example that came to mind a few years back, Dutch Savage was set to be honored at the Cauliflower Alley Club, and it was pretty much at the last minute. Dutch had informed them that he can't attend, and he had some family deal. It had to do with his wife or something, and he couldn't attend. They basically took him off the ballot, refused to honor him. He didn't get any award, and he was done. Now, that's not fair, because if he deserved it enough to be announced, he deserved enough to get it. On the other hand, Waterloo, Iowa, a couple of years ago, I want to say 3 or 4, it must have been 2013, so it's 4 years ago, they had on their nominating ballot to induct Ric Flair, to induct Cowboy Bill Watts, and I think I'm forgetting somebody else. Well, at the last minute, Watts didn't show up, Flair didn't show up, and they're sitting at their banquet, and they've got these guys that they're talking to their people that paid to see these guys, and they didn't show up for whatever their reasons were. So using that, I say the Cauliflower Alley thing, it does make sense. But it is important to the guys overall when they can be recognized. Right now, I've seen some petitions going around for the Destroyer, Dick Beyer. He was Dr. X in the AWA. But for the Destroyer to be inducted into Vince McMahon's Hall of Fame. I don't know if that will ever happen. Dick Beyer never worked for Vince Sr. or Jr. as the Destroyer. He never worked for them. And some people think it's a cool idea to get him out there and get him on the ballot. I think personally in today's world, with WWE being really the only player in town for the national exposure, I bet you Dick Beyer would be excited. But Vince McMahon's probably not going to put him in because Dick Beyer never made one nickel for the WWF. So that's what they're using for their criteria.
There he is, George Shire, wrestling historian. Another great segment with him. You'll be hearing him again on the show in the near future. But
Brian,
yeah,
you're lucky enough to be in more than one Hall of Fame. Are you in Halls of Fames?
There used to be a show on Sports Channel in New York called The Halls of Fame, sponsored by Halls, cough drops. And it was hosted by the worst baseball commentator ever. Met fans we had to suffer with Fran Healy for a number of years. And he hosted the show because apparently he's really good friends with the Dolans. So whenever they did something on MSG Network, actually, I guess maybe it was on the MSG Network now that I think about it, not Sports Channel, I'm not sure. But Fran Healy, the worst baseball announcer, one of the worst New York has ever seen. The Yankees have two really horrible ones now in John Sterling and Michael Kay. Awful, just atrocious commentators. But the one bad one in Mets history is Fran Healy. So,
but you digress.
But I digress. We're going to now move on with the show here, Scott.
That's a T-shirt idea right there.
Oh, shut up. Will you shut
up? But I digress.
Up? Okay. Well, we're not going to do that. No. Well, with that, Scott, let's go to this next segment. I am very happy to welcome to the show someone I haven't spoken to in a very long time, and that is Jerry Gray. If you're someone who is a big wrestling fan, you may remember Jerry. Jerry wrestled for just about every promotion I could think of when you go back to the 80s. He wrestled for Mid-South, Mid-Atlantic, Georgia, Florida,
right.
Portland, World Class, Mid-South, WWF. He was everywhere. Here's part one with my old friend, Jerry Gray. I am very happy to welcome to the show someone I haven't spoken to in probably over 20 years, someone who, when I was a teenager, I traded tapes with. He was a longtime wrestler, but more importantly, he was always a fan, and that is Jerry Gray. Jerry, welcome to the Superpodcast.
Thank you very much, Brian. I appreciate you having me on. I've been listening to your podcast for some time now, and it's the best going today, I'll tell you that.
I appreciate that. Do you remember me? Do you remember trading tapes with me way back then?
Oh, yeah, I definitely do. I think you were at one of Jim Cornette's Smoky Mountain fan weeks when we talked on the phone a long time ago.
One of the things I remember about you, and we'll get into everything, and I know you have such an interesting career and such an interesting story, but we're gonna go a little out of the timeline for this. One of the tapes I got from you, and it was something I always loved because I was a huge Terry Funk mark. I still am to this day. And at one point, it was my goal to get every single bit of Terry Funk footage I could get on video so I could see his whole career. Because it's just such a fascinating career, and he always had a different look. He always had a different way of approaching things, but he was always uniquely Terry Funk, and he was great. And one of the things I got from you was a show that I believe you promoted in, I want to say 1988, and it was you against Terry Funk in the main event.
Yes, I remember that well. That was in West Palm Beach, Florida Fairgrounds. It was me against Terry Funk, and then Dory was against Blackjet Mulligan. Wendy Richter was on the show, and bunch of other guys I trained, but yeah, that was 1988. You're right. And we had a brawl all over the building, and that's the first time I ever, besides the time that Randy Savage pile drove Ricky Morton through the table in Memphis. Terry told me to slam him on the table, and I was like, "What, Jesus!" First he stood on top of the table. I don't know if you remember that part, and then he fell on it to try to break it, and then he just said, "Slam me," and then that was like that's the first time I ever saw somebody go through a table that way for a slam. So yeah, that was pretty good. Terry invented that, definitely.
Yeah. How many shows had you promoted? Was that your first, or had you been promoting for a little while?
No, I'd probably been promoting for at that time about a year, 1988. That's when I started promoting when Florida went out of business, Florida Wrestling.
Yeah.
Then I just started. I was using a lot of their guys, so the people kind of thought it was still Florida Wrestling going on, pretty much. I wasn't doing Jack Pfeffer exactly.
Yeah.
But,
what was it like having Mulligan work for you?
Oh yeah, he was a nice guy. Big, nice guy. But then I worked for him one time at that, I think it was the same year, and he had a show in the Bahamas, and he used all my guys. And then that was right before all his, the trouble he had, with the, I don't know if I want to say that on TV, but.
Yeah, the Mulligan
anyway,
bucks. He was printing.
Yeah, put it another way. I got paid in all $20 bills, just put it that way. call 20s. Okay, all the guys got all 20s. Danny Spiver was there, and he got all 20s. Buckman was all. Everybody got all $20 bills. Thank God I spent the money. But anyway, yeah, he was a nice guy though. If you didn't get him mad.
But the president resembled Dick Murdoch on all those bills. That made it a little suspicious.
A little bit. Yeah.
The Bahamas.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you had a little bit of a feud with the Haitian sensation Tyree Pride, from what I remember.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, that was fun. I wish they would have filmed the way that looked there. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. Even Puerto Rico, they didn't even have it. It was like the outdoor stadium, and then all the Bahamian people would be up in the palm trees, climbing up there so they get in free and watch it from the palm trees that hung over the stadium. And then they had chicken wire over the whole arena, so they couldn't kill us seals, but they still could. And then they would drive us to the ring. Was only not a very far from the dressing room, but they would drive us in some dumpy old truck just so we didn't get killed on the way to the ring. Up to the ring, they would have to drive us, and then they would blow, like, whatever the things are called, to blow, where they blow like darts at you. They would blow like some kind of needle pin things at you and everything else. Oh yeah.
Oh my God.
And they would urinate. They would urinate in their beer cups and then throw that on you. Yeah. Lex Luger got a whole mouth of that one time.
Lex Luger got a whole mouth of piss?
Piss, yeah. And because he did the wrong thing. He stood there with his big mouth, yelling at the people after it was over. And so he got a whole mouthful of it. Yeah, that place was very dangerous. Even their security, they were like Army or whatever they were. They weren't like our police, but they were like Army outfits on. They even were against the heel, so they wouldn't even save you. They told me, stay away from Tyree, go back in the dressing room. I was trying to leave the arena, to go to the hotel across the street, and they wouldn't even let me leave. They thought I was going to go in the ring and get Tyree because he was working Keno Nagasaki, I think. That was after I was already done feuding with him. And the police there wouldn't let me leave the building. They thought I was going to jump in the ring. That was a crazy place, definitely.
Just how over was Tyree there?
Oh, yeah, he was. Oh, well, this is how over he was. Okay, Ric Flair was the world champion at that time. I think it was 86. And he was working on Wahoo McDaniel, the main event. And then Flair said that he wanted me and Tyree to go on after him because he said that's who the people came to see that match. Tyree beat me for the belt back, So that's how, even Flair didn't want to follow him the match. So, yeah. So, he was over there, definitely. I don't know about other places, but not as much,
No.
But definitely, no. In other words, yeah, you could say no. But there, definitely, yes. But, yeah.
That was the Bahamas title, right?
Yeah, that's it. He was almost like working Mil Mascara. He had to hold him down to get any heat. Just hold him down, get him down for real, and get him in some kind of chokehold or something to tire him out.
Hey, you bring up Luger, and so many people talk about the early years of Luger. You were actually around him. You actually were around really when he just broke in. What was he like then?
He was worse then. He was. I remember the first day I think I came from. Oh yeah, I came from Memphis. I was the guru in Memphis, and then I didn't stay too long because the pay was so bad. But I went back to Florida, and then I never even met Luger. I didn't know who he was or anything, but he was standing there in the the old sportatorium in Tampa where they did the TV film in the office. Right when I walk in, he's standing there with the Southern title on. This is like 2 hours before the show started. Looking in the mirror with the belt on, most of the guys threw the belt in the bag so they didn't have to look at it. Nobody wanted to carry him and everything, too much weight. But anyway, he was standing there with the belt on. I tried to shake his hand, the way we did back then, the easy handshake, and he looked at me like I was weird or something. I was like, I don't like this guy already. Jeez. That's the way he was, really. Hey, Madonna.
Were you there the night of the Brody match?
Yeah, I was, yeah.
What do you remember about that night?
Luger lies about it pretty much. He says he came back in the dressing room. I was in the Hill dressing room with Brody, and he says he come back in the dressing room afterwards, and Brody just said he's sorry, that all this stuff. I'm like, no, that's not what happened. He didn't come near the dressing room that I ever seen. All I remember is Luger was doing the same stuff again, acting cocky. And he wasn't selling, so Brody just started kicking him stiff in the face, and Luger jumped down over the cage. You've seen the tape, I'm sure.
Yeah.
That's exactly what happened. He ran from him, and he said he's crazy and scary looking with the blades on his fingers. And yeah, I had to work Luger once too that's back when I first came back to Florida, and he didn't even know anything. I was trying to call stuff in the ring, and he was looking at me like, "What?" And I said, "Oh my God, I can't even do anything with this guy." I tried to suplex him or something, and he was like, came back to the dressing room. He said, "Man, you were doing all kinds of stuff and flipping me around. I don't know what the heck was going on." I was like, "Oh my God, train a little bit maybe."
Isn't that amazing? In one promotion, you have a guy like that, and then at the other end of the spectrum, you have Barry Windham.
No, I know, yeah. See what happened was they got into all the muscle head, and then Hero thought that everybody that had muscles was going to be like the Road Warriors and make a big star, but that didn't work.
Ed the Bull Ganter.
Oh yeah, he was a nice guy though too. He wasn't like Luger. He was a nice guy, but he didn't. They didn't get any training though. It was like a different type of training. It was mostly just exercise, squats, and all that. You know, because I helped Hero train a few times, and I seen what he was doing. I was just telling the guys, like I trained Sean Royal a lot because he didn't know how to do a headlock. Even I remember Hero would always put me against this new guy. You know, after he would train him, he'd put him in the ring with me, and then I'd have to train him pretty much every night right in front of the crowd. So I was telling Sean Royal, I think it was one of his first matches, get me in a headlock at the beginning. He was like, "We didn't learn that." And I said, "Oh my God, a headlock?" Jesus. Yeah, that was pretty rough.
That's a name you haven't heard in a long time. Sean Royal. He seemed like he had a lot of potential. He was part of the new breed, and then I guess there was a car accident, was it? Or some sort of injury.
Yeah.
And that kind of ended his career.
Car wreck, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know whatever happened. I think he worked some independent, like the Wild Side, I think it was, in Georgia, maybe a little bit after that. Can't remember the name of it, who ran it.
Well, you know, we're talking about all this stuff that happened in Florida in the end of the 80s. Let's take a big step back and let's go to the very beginning. I mentioned you are a longtime wrestling fan. Where did you grow up, and when did you first see wrestling, and who did you first see?
Akron, Ohio is where I grew up and went to the matches every week at the Akron Armory. And the first thing I saw on TV was I was about 7 years old, I guess, and it was Johnny Fargo and Donnie Fargo. It was Greg Valentine, Johnny Fargo, and he was juiced with the blonde hair. My mom was changing the channels, and I seen that he was all standing there, juiced, doing a promo with Greg Valentine, but he was Johnny Fargo at that time. And I told her, turn it back, and I fell in love with it right then. That was the end. And they had like Johnny Powers, like I said, the Fargo brothers, Dominic DeNucci, Moose Cholak, Crusher Verdue, Chief White Owl, Waldo Von Erich, names like that. The Sheik was there. And then I would go every week to the Akron Armory, and that's where and then we moved down to Florida, though, when I was about 14, and then started seeing, like, you know, Dusty, like 1978 it was, Dusty and all that was about some of their top years. I mean, they would pack the Orlando Sports Stadium, it was called back then, and they'd have I think it held 5,000 people every week, every Sunday. They'd have 5,000 people.
That must be a big culture shock, going from seeing Moose Cholak on the end of the 70s in Ohio to Eddie Graham's championship wrestling from Florida.
Yeah, it was when they were doing it. It was almost like ECW at that time, the blood part. I mean, it was like everybody was juicing every match. Dusty and Joe LeDuc and all of them, King Curtis, everybody was blood matches every night. But yeah, that's where I grew up, though, Akron, and then down here at 14 years old, I started down here watching it at the same time.
Did you get to see Bull Curry growing up in Ohio?
Yeah, I did. Yep. Yeah, I did. Seen him live. Yep. Bull Curry. Yep. And then Fred Curry. But yeah, Bull Curry with those eyebrows. And I can't remember who. I've seen him a few times. And also, I know one of the ones the listeners likes to hear about is Chris Colt.
Yeah.
I've seen him live and got his autograph. He was at that time, he was the world tag team champions in Ohio with Count and Drummer. And then I actually got to work him later. We'll go on to that when you get to Oregon. Like 6 years later, I got to wrestle against him. Yeah. I don't know if you want to hear that part now or you want to go.
Let's, you can never stop a Chris Colt story when it arises. So what happened? So years later, I guess, if I remember correctly, you were working for Dono in maybe 85, 84, 85. Am I right?
Yeah, 84 till 85. I was there about a year and a half. So 84, I started there.
So Chris Colt was there at that time, and of course, he wasn't really pushed. He wasn't really in a big role, but he was there, and he was on a lot of those shows. What was it like working with him?
Yeah, that was the part. Don Owens didn't use him good at all. I mean, he was like, it felt kind of weird that I'd seen him like 6-7 years before that getting his autograph, and he was the champion, and now I'm having to go over him, and it felt kind of weird, but he didn't mind. It was good. The thing is, I don't even remember. The matches were so easy, and he was so good. I don't even remember feeling anything the whole match. He was so good, but he was a nice guy, real good guy. He didn't do anything crazy at that time, though. Like, I mean, didn't seem like he was altered in any way, like they say, some of the stories I've heard. But all of them, he seemed like he was just a normal guy.
That means he was probably altered. For him to seem normal.
I don't think he wasn't seeing spiders or anything like that, though. So, he wasn't.
Another thing just popped into my head before we go back to everything else. Tom Zink just passed away. Uh-huh. Did you work with Tom Zink in Mid-South for like those 2 dates that he actually worked in Mid-South?
Yeah, I think it was. I don't know if it was his first match or not, but he was
at the Superdome.
We worked the Super. Yeah, Superdome. But he, I remember because Bill Watts, after a couple of days later in Baton Rouge or somewhere after the Superdome, Bill Watts apologized to me and said, I mean, that's pretty big out right there. Just Bill Watts apologizing to you for something, but he apologized for me putting him over, and he said this guy walked out on a $2,000 or $3,000 a week. He said, I can't believe I'm sorry I put him over you and everything because what a punk or something. He said something bad about him. I can't even remember, but it was just weird that Watts was apologizing for me putting him over. Yeah, he just walked out for no reason. I remember Rock and Roll were telling me, I rode back with them once, and they were telling me that the Tom Zink guys, asking them how to do, work like them. And they were like, we've been working 10 years, man. You can't just work like us your first week.
Yeah.
He thought it was just like an easy thing to come in there. But yeah, he was a nice guy. I don't know why he left. Never figured that one out.
What do you remember about the last Stampede, working for Mid-South at that time, which was the height of their business?
Yeah, it was huge every night. No, it's not exaggerating. Those riots, man. Well, I was one of the heels too, so we had to run out every night to the ring to get Corny back to the dressing room. I mean, it was wild. I've never seen it anywhere like that. Even the bomb wasn't quite that bad. But I remember one time in Biloxi, Mississippi. I mean, the whole ringside was after him, after Jim, and then all the heels just had to come out and fighting everybody everywhere. And I'm sure you heard the story about Bill Dundee was just the booker. He wasn't working, and I think you've heard that one already, where he came out and they couldn't figure out who the little guy was that came in there and was punching everybody.
Yeah, he wasn't on TV. He was just the booker, so no one knew who he was.
Nobody knew.
So like for months they were looking for this little Australian man that they couldn't figure out who he was.
Yeah. I was there. That's the truth. It's true. Yeah, that happened. Definitely. Yeah, I lived in the same town Cornette did, and Fondren, Eaton, Alexandria, Louisiana. Nothing happened. That was about the most exciting town in the world. Man.
Watts apologized to you. That's a rare thing. What was the experience like for you overall? You hear that he's a taskmaster. He fined everyone. Did you ever get fined?
Only one time, but it wasn't by him. It was by Grizzly Smith, because I didn't know. Grizzly Smith gave me the name. Tell Cornette I said hi, by the way. Tell him Chester said hi, because that's the name he always called me, Cornette. Because Grizzly Smith gave me that name, Chester, but I didn't know he was the real Chester. Jake told me later, stories about him. So, yeah. But what happened was I got fined one time. Me and Terry Taylor were talking to a girl outside, one of the wrestling fans, and he was a babyface, I was a heel. So Grizzlies fined us, I forget what it was, $50 each. That's the one time I ever got fined. But usually when anybody got fined, it was they deserved it, honestly, because they'd come in late or something, and it was good the way he did it. Really, that's why his business was so good. He never yelled at me once.
You were in the heel dressing room. How many times did Buddy Landell show up late?
A lot. I rode with him one time. Well, that was the last time ever. I mean, I thought I was going to die the way he drove. It was like the biggest amusement park I've ever been to. I mean, we were flying around off the side of the road, passing people, and Jesus. Anyway, he Buddy, one time, I remember, he just bought a brand new, he heard this story about the brand new Halliburton suitcase, the real nice, steel suitcases, where Watts was telling him how to kick somebody in the head. He was yelling at Buddy and telling him the way you kick somebody in the head. I don't think he was even yelling at Buddy. He was just telling somebody how to kick somebody in the head. They were too light, And he was kicking that suitcase. It was brand new, too. Buddy's suitcase. So he paid like $400 for. So Watts kicked the suitcase. This is how you lay a kick in. And then he kicked it again. He kept kicking it real hard. And then Buddy put his head down there. Finally said, Bill, just use my head, please. My suitcase is brand new. That was pretty funny. And I remember when Buzz Sawyer came in there, too. That was after. It wasn't quite as hot then because Midnight Express and Rock and Roll and everyone left,
Yeah.
But it was 85, I guess, when Dick Slater was the booker.
Yeah, 85 was when Slater took over, yeah.
So I was there again. I went to Oregon, came back to Louisiana again, and Buzz Sawyer was there, and watched them. Okay, Buzz said he's going to be straight now. He had his meetings every week. I'm sure you heard his meetings. Everybody has to sit there at the TV, Irish McNeil Boys Club, the TV taping. He would have a meeting there. And he said, Buzz says he's going to be straight now. He's cleaned up. And then Buzz is sitting there. His, I don't know what kind of laugh it was, like almost like Jack Nicholson or something. He was sitting there laughing like that. Laughing like that. I was like, oh, my God. Hey, you see? Jesus. I don't know if Watts was scared of him or what. But he was kind of picked, too. He was kind of bully around,
Yeah.
Bill, because I never seen him yell at, the real tough guy. I never seen him yell at Steve Williams. But anyway, that was pretty funny with Buzz, though. Sitting there laughing like that the whole time. Watts is being all serious. He's straight now. He's cleaned up. And but I got a story about Buzz Sawyer. When he first came to the Kappa Sportatorium to be a wrestler, Bob Backlund was helping then. Hiro Matsuda would always get somebody that's a real shooter, to help stretch the boy. So Bob Backlund got him in there's no name for the hold, really. Just kind of put his chin in his back and then got him in kind of like a reverse chin lock and choked him out that quick. So I don't know.
Wow.
Buzz was tough, but Bob Backlund had to be really tough to do that to him.
What'd you think of Slater as a booker when you were there in 85?
Well, I was the heel too, so the finishes he would give me, I don't know if he just didn't like to come up with, he'd just tell me to slip over him somehow. That was the finishes usually. It was like, it wasn't too many real good ideas, that I saw. It definitely wasn't as good a house as it was when Bill Dundee was way better booker.
But you had Dark Journey.
Dark Journey. I don't know what kind of condition Slater's in right now because I'm not going to make him mad, even now. Anyway, because I'm sure you heard stories about Dick Slater, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
What he's done, Jesus, and they're all true too. I've never heard of anybody ever doing anything to him. I've just heard of him doing things to everybody else.
Yeah.
And I know the John Matusik story. It's not like a exaggerated wrestler story, because I was doing a speech, like I had a high school benefit, like in 96, I think it was, and I was near Tampa, and the coach there said he was in the bar when he saw Dick Slater punching up in the air and knocking John Matusik all over the bar. He saw it. It wasn't a wrestler. It was a coach at the high school. So I know that one's true.
For those of you who aren't sports fans, if you want to put that into your head, that's Dick Slater beating up Sloth from Goonies, John Matusik.
Yeah, that's John Matusik. And then I don't like to say something bad about people. They haven't heard this story, I'm sure. But Bob Orton Jr. was a tough guy, Well, this is way back when they both kind of started. Slater was a little more experienced than Bob Orton Jr. And Bob Orton Jr. and Slater were working each other. And I guess Bob Orton Jr. didn't want to sell any of Slater's stuff. So they came back to the dressing room afterwards. And Slater said, "What's the matter with you, man? You're not going with my stuff." And he goes, "Well, if you could do it in real life, then I'd go with it." And then all that happened was one punch Slater. And I guess it knocked him through a door on his heels, knocked him out, laying there. And then Bob Orton Sr. was there too, working still. And he's walking over towards Slater, and Slater said, "I just knocked out your son, and I'm going to knock you out now if you don't get out of my way." And then Orton Sr. said, "No, I'm just seeing what's going on. You can't hurt him anymore. He's already knocked out. Just calm down." So that's, I mean, I've heard that from a lot of different guys. Mike Graham, a lot of the guys were there.
And then they became a great tag team.
Oh, yeah, I know, they were. But Slater was, Orton was tough, too. I mean, it wasn't like he was some, Slater was, he had a good punch. I'll tell you that.
Were you in the locker room in Mid-South when the Butchery John Nord incident happened?
I was there at that time, but I must have left early or something because I didn't see it, but I seen afterwards the way they looked, the next night, I think it was in the dressing room.
Who looked worse?
I wasn't there and see it. I think Nord would have got killed at the end if they would have let it keep going on. Watts wanted to let it keep going, I guess, but I don't know who broke it up. But yeah, I think Nord would have lost that. So but Slater, he was okay, Booker, but I just don't remember any ideas too much, really.
Well, let's go back now again. Let's go back to Florida. So we hear about you in Orlando. We hear about you going to the shows. How did you actually break into the business?
Well, I tried to start really young. Like, what was I? Because I started working out and got big and everything, so I was big enough. But I was like 16. I went to, first I went up to Eddie Graham at the sports stadium there. He was by the concession stand. I don't know if he was getting beer or what, but, and then he tore off a popcorn box, and I still have it. I think I posted it a while back. He wrote a number on there. It was Charlie Lay, the guy that answered the phone at the Tampa Sportatorium, the office at that time. And he told me Hiro Matsuda works with the boys, and that's when they bring you down there and break your leg or whatever, back in those days.
Yeah.
I didn't know what I was getting into. And he said, call there, and Matsuda works with the guys. We have tryouts. And then when they found out I was only 16, they were like, no. And then I just kept asking. And then finally, I think that Charlie Lay said, don't tell nobody, but because Eddie Graham didn't like Boris Malenko at all at this time because he went opposition against him. He started running shows against Eddie Graham. But the guy that worked for Eddie Graham that answered the phone, Charlie Lay, he gave me Malenko's number and said, don't tell anybody. Then I called Boris Malenko. I went down to him when I was like that young still, 16. He had it in a karate school, just mats on the back there, no ring or anything. And he said he would train me. I forget what the price was, $25 a week or something. And then he said, your parents just have to sign the consent. But then I realized I don't even have a car or anything. I got to drive to Tampa from Orlando 2 times a week. So I just waited then until then another opposition came about a year later, Louis Tollett. So he started running opposition against Eddie Graham then in like 1980 with Don Curtis. And they had a TV show and everything. Austin Idol was working for him.
Sunbelt Wrestling, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. That's where I started. Austin Idol was there for a little while. Then Jimmy Valiant just for a short time. And then Malenko was there, Thunderbolt Patterson, Malenko's sons, but they were using a different name because they were baby faces. They were the Sims brothers. Al Perez started there. Actually, Buddy Landell was there. Buddy Roop, they called him. He was Bob Roop's son or brother, I think. Yeah, he was there. And then I started there. That's where I started with Louis Tollett. And he didn't last long, though. He was already getting ready to fold the promotion. So he just trained us and then booked us in TBS Atlanta, where the famous Marion Crumley came from. Remember the guy?
Yeah.
But, yeah.
I got to ask you this, because you never hear a good straight answer from anyone. Not that anyone's not telling the truth. It's just either people don't want to say it or people don't know for sure. But you weren't around when things exactly happened, but you were around shortly after it. And also you're a wrestling fan and you pay attention when you hear things. From the best of your knowledge, what caused the Eddie Graham Malenko split? And then when you're working for a place like Sunbelt, which is Louis Tollett, who worked with Eddie Graham, Don Curtis, who worked with Eddie Graham, and Malenko, who worked with Eddie Graham, what are they saying about Eddie and Mike and Florida wrestling?
With Malenko, I heard he came back after he was so hot here, all the years. And then he came back and worked and there was a big house in Tampa. And I heard he got like the $100 payoff. And that was it. That's what made him, because the house was big and he's, a big name, Malenko, and the $100 payoff is what made him. That's the only thing I heard as far as why he was mad. And then with Louis Tollett, he never did say anything bad about Eddie Graham ever. But Eddie Graham said bad stuff about him when I came to. I didn't realize not to tell Eddie Graham who trained me, because he hated Louis Tollett after that, because Louis he gave Eddie Graham a scare when he brought in Austin Idol, because he was so hot, Austin Idol at that time. So Eddie Graham was scared for his business, because they had a TV show. he was running a pretty good-sized arena in Orlando, the American Legion Hall, against the Eddie Graham Sports Stadium. And you know what Eddie Graham did? He started running 2 shows a week just to kill Louis' show at the same arena. He ran Louis was on Fridays at the American Legion Hall in Orlando with Austin Idol and all that. And then Eddie Graham's was on Friday and Sunday. It was usually Sunday, but he started running Friday too just to kill Louis' show.
And he did?
Yeah, he did, definitely. And then I think back in those days, I think they would call like whoever the big name was supposed to be on the show. I think Eddie Graham would call, that guy and pay him off not to show up because there was a lot of no-show that Louis was having all of a sudden. The guy didn't make it. So I think that was going on too. But yeah, they didn't last. The big part, they had kept running shows, but with the big names, they kind of stopped quick with Austin Idol and Jimmy Bryant and all them. It was just ended up being Malenko and Al Perez, the younger guys after that. And they didn't last long. But so what happened was that I went to, like I said, Louis Tillett sent, that was only like me, Larry Hamilton, you've heard of him? Larry Hamilton,
yeah.
He's from Jacksonville. Yeah, we went up to Atlanta, did a couple TV things up there, and then I said I'm going to go to Florida because it's closer, do TV here, Tampa, just go to Tampa. So then I went down to Tampa. I called J.J. Dillon, helped me a lot when I first started. He's the one that booked me there, and Dory Funk Jr. too. He was the booker when I first went, and J.J. was his assistant. But then I had to meet Eddie Graham the first day I walked into the office there where they did the TV. And he liked me at first, oh, you're young, oh, you look good, how you been? And then he loved me at first until he asked me who trained me. And it was right after Louis had just done all that, against him. And I said, Louis Tillett. And Eddie Graham turned into heel then. He was like, I can't believe this guy did all this bad stuff to the business. And then I was just a young kid. I didn't realize Eddie Graham, how he was, And I said, how'd he hurt the business? Well, he really got mad then. I'm talking back to him, So then all of a sudden I found out that he told some Avalanche Tyler. You ever heard of that guy? Like 350 pounds.
Yeah.
Rip I think
Buzz Tyler.
Avalanche Tyler. Yeah, Buzz. That's it. Buzz Tyler. He goes over and whispers something to him. That's who I was working. Because before he was telling me all this stuff I want to do to him, drop kicks, flying head scissors, everything. Then Eddie goes over and says something to him, like, kill this kid. Louis Tillett trained him or something. And then the next thing I know, I'm in the ring. Reggie Parks was the referee. And I'm in the ring, and this guy's kicking me like nonstop. I have it on tape somewhere still, but he was kicking me like hard as he could, nonstop. Low blows, everything. And then Reggie Parks didn't like it because he bent over to me and said, "Defend yourself." I was like, what the hell? I thought this was a work. So I jumped up, and he was looking at the fans yelling, and then I hit him in the jaw with the forearm, and then that's what Reggie Parks told me to do. And then he got easy though. It was weird. I don't think Eddie was too happy afterward that he didn't keep beat me up, but that's what happened though. And then end with that though. And then he put the nice easy guy Haku against me.
Oh boy! For
the next time, and that was, he must have told him to kill me for the end this time. And then I didn't realize it stuff because Louis trained us. He didn't expose the business either. Louis to that. I didn't even know. Really, when he sent us to Georgia, I was still asking, like, how do we know, who's going to win and all that? He didn't even tell us, like, they're going to tell you the finishes and all that. He didn't expose it at all, and he was real stiff to everything he did in the training. So I learned pretty much everything in the ring because I still thought it was like almost pretty much half shoot. And then, so Haku, his name was King Kong Tonga then. And I think it was the first break he ever got, too, because he had been, like, Prince Tonga for years, and they jobbed him a lot for years and years, and then he got a break. Finally, he went to Japan and came back, and he was King Kong Tonga now. So then he was just doing stiff, and I was hitting him back stiff, too. I was coming back on him, and then he was getting madder each time, So then all of a sudden, he went into every kind of martial arts he knew, sumo, whatever he knows, he did it all on me that night. I had welts everywhere. Because I was fighting back, so can you imagine fighting back to him? It's like, this little punk is still getting up and coming at me. I'm going to kill him. So I come back to the dressing room. I just thought that's the way it is. It hurt. And I asked Dory Funk and Eddie Graham when my next match was, and they just looked at me like I was crazy. What's the matter with this kid? And then they liked it, though. Then I remember they said, okay, well, I guess he passed. So then I remember years later, Haku, I had to work him in, I think it was WWF, yeah. And he was real easy with me and everything. And he took bumps all over the place because he remembered what I had to go through. And everybody was like, when I came back to dressing him, all the job guys were like, "You must know him good. He don't take no bumps from nobody like that." And I was like, "Yeah, he knows what I went through." But that's the story with breaking into Florida.
What about David Von Erich? Was he there when you were there?
Yeah, he was. I remember I had a headband with flowers on it or something, and he had roach clips, like they have on the side of his, if you remember the TV things, he had like little, and then he'd have a roach clip hanging off his headband. And he said, "They should make us the hippie brothers," because I had a headband with flowers on it and stuff. Yeah, he was pretty funny. But then I remember all the Von Erichs.
Was David a good guy?
He was a good guy. I wasn't around him too much, but he wasn't there too much longer. He was getting ready to leave when I started there. So, yeah. And then I met all the Von Erichs. Let's see, it was 1984, I believe. Bill Watts sent me and Lanny Poffo to do some shots for World Class. And met Kevin, Mike, who else was there? Carrie. David wasn't there at that time. It must have been right after David died, like a real quick, not very long after at all in Japan, because they were still talking about it in the dressing room.
What were they saying?
Yeah, I didn't know any stories about the Von Erichs, at all at that time. And they never even met me before, and they kept coming up to me and I forget which one it was, maybe Carrie, introducing himself, You've heard that story, how he did that.
He did that to you?
Yeah, oh yeah, a few times. I thought he was joking, ribbing me or something, and then they started telling me about David, and they were saying it seems like he was just here, so I think it must have just been right after he just died. And I think it was Carrie and Kevin both were coming up to me a couple of times and saying, "The Carrie Von Erich, nice to meet you." And everybody was there. It was hot then. It was like Michael Hayes. I think he was kind of helping with the booking, Akbar and him, and then Ken Mantell.
You hear a lot about the drug scene in World Class, and if we're going to be honest, the drug scene was everywhere in professional wrestling back then, although in World Class it may have gotten much more out of hand just because it was all top stars, and the top stars' father owned the company, and he turned a blind eye to everything. But when you end up there for a few shots in World Class, even though you're working for Bill Watts, you're not there, you're not having a 6-month run in the territory, but you're there, you could see some things. Was it noticeably wilder in Dallas than, let's say, Mid-South or Florida, or was it just as much partying as was happening everywhere else in the world of wrestling at that time?
Yeah. At that time, it was all the same. Honestly, Oregon was about the wildest because Don Owen didn't care what you did, really. He didn't even come to the shows pretty much. He just had his son Barry on, and he was a party or two pretty much. So everywhere was wild. It was no difference, really. Except for Japan, of course.
Well, right.
There was no partying there. Yeah, that was different over there. Drink, maybe. That's about all they did.
How'd you get into Portland?
Portland. Billy Jack sent me there. He was here in Florida.
Wow.
It was 1980. Yeah. It was 1980. God, what was it? Just starting 80. Probably no, like summer of 84, I'd say it was, yeah. And he kept asking me to go there. And then finally, I heard the good things about it, so I just agreed to. And then I almost changed my mind when I first called Don Owens, though, because on the phone he's telling me, sometimes the guys don't make but $15. I was like, what? $15 the minimum. It's $50 NWA. What the? And then I guess he was just trying to. I don't know what he was trying to do, but it almost made me say, forget this. And Billy Jack was like, no, he's not going to get paid that kind of money. But yeah, that's who sent me there.
From the time that Billy Jack hooked you up with Don Owen until you actually went to Portland, had Billy walked out already, or was he still working for Florida?
Yeah, he was still in Florida. Okay. I think he was with Steve Austin. Steve Austin's one of his exes at that time.
He was actually married to Jeannie Clark for a while. Yeah.
Yeah, he was because he was in his what kind of car did he have? I don't remember. Corvette or something, but he was passing me on the road. I remember one time with her in the car and told me to pull over. You're going to go to Portland, right? And then, yeah, he was here when I went to Portland, but then next thing I know, he's in Portland with us, too. And then he was in WWF, and then he was back in Portland again with us. The whole time I was in Portland, he came back and forth 3 times probably from different places. World Class, too, I think he went, for a short time.
World Class, he was in NWA, and then he bounced back to Portland before he went to the WWF in 86. I mean, within like 3 years, he was on every wrestling magazine cover, and he was also in and out of every single promotion.
Yeah, he was I don't know if the roids or what, but he was a rough guy.
Well, you hear that he was rough and you hear that he was crazy, but you also hear that he was actually very nice to his friends.
Yeah. He was nice to me, but I wouldn't want to be a fan trying to get into wrestling because some big, nice guy from Washington or somewhere up there in Oregon came up to me once and asking me how to get into wrestling. He was a nice guy, asking a nice, just nice. And the Billy Jack heard it, and he came up and got him in a full Nelson and started banging his head off the wall by the dressing room. And the guy's bleeding and everything. I have to pull him off of him. I was like, what is wrong? So, yeah, I'm glad I was his friend at that time. Stuff like that. And it was just, yeah.
You're in Florida in 84 when Billy Jack sends you, which would have been after Mid-South. And then you return to Florida. You're there in the dying days of the company. You're one of the mighty Yankees. Some people may remember.
Yeah.
But you were there right before Eddie Graham killed himself. And you were there, although not directly right after, pretty much right after that. What was it like? Was there anything that when you look back now, even though you weren't close with Eddie Graham, but when you're there 6 months before he kills himself, is there anything that you look back now and you go, there was a darkness that I saw. There was something I saw. He did seem down. The business was a little weird. Dusty had just left. What do you look back now and see? And also, what was it like when you returned to Florida for the first time and Eddie's not in charge?
Well, actually, what happened was I went to Charlotte for 6 months. After when I first went on the road, I asked Dusty, was the booker at that time in Florida, like 1983, and I asked him if I can go to full time, and he said he's going to send me to Charlotte. So I went up there and lived with Jake Roberts and Gene Anderson for 6 months. I'll tell you that story sometime. And then, anyway, you got a lot of stories about Jake. I lived with him a lot of times, anyways. So then I came back to Florida. I went to Mid-South from there. And then I came back to Florida when Eddie Graham was still alive. And then he liked me because I went out and paid my dues different places and came back. And then he liked me again. He forgot about Louis till that. So that's the last time I ever seen him. Now that was probably, 84. And then I went to, that's when Billy Jack wanted me to go to Oregon. Eddie Graham was still alive then. So then when I came back from the second time from all the places, that's when Eddie Graham was not alive anymore. And it wasn't the same really anymore. Like you could just tell, because all of a sudden, all the people that Eddie Graham would never use were being used, like all Malenko's guys. Bob Roop, Eddie Graham was mad at him for working opposition with Malenko and all of them, and he was the booker. So it was like, geez, all the people were here now that Eddie Graham would never have used. But it was like different. I mean, there was many. Well, at first it was good because Wahoo was the booker just for like maybe 3 weeks when I first got back from Oregon. And then Bob Roop took over. He was good, but he just didn't have the connections to get a lot of big names like Wahoo had. Wahoo had Superstar Billy Graham and all of them, Blackjack, everybody. And a lot of guys didn't like Bob, I guess. I don't know what happened, but I thought he was really good. He just didn't have the connections with all the top names, So then it started being more, not so many big names. Luger, people like that. And he's not a big name. I don't think Luger was there. He was never any good. I mean, good. Nothing promos, nothing, about it.
What was said about Dusty at that time? Because Dusty had been the top star. Dusty had been the booker. And Dusty goes to Mid-Atlantic, and not only does he go to be the booker, you lose your top star, but he also takes a lot of the guys with him. So, you're there right at this time when Dusty is really in place in the Carolinas. What was being said in Florida?
They didn't say anything about Dusty, but when I was in Carolinas, Dory Funk was the booker. And so I wasn't there when Dusty went there. I was in Oregon. So I don't know exactly what happened, if he took all the talent from Florida. That's what I heard. Yeah, so Florida, they didn't say anything about Dusty ever.
During this period of time, like, 83, 84, 85, what are you hearing about what's happening in wrestling, the changing face of professional wrestling? Vince McMahon cherry-picking top performers from different territories, national television going after TBS. All of this is happening, and you're active in the business. The whole thing's changing, right in front of your eyes. When do you first start hearing about what's happening? And as it's happening, what is it like?
I went there, let's see, right when Florida, Crockett came in and told, I guess it was Hiro Matsuda, the owners, Mike Graham and Hiro Matsuda. I was real close with Hiro Matsuda, but he came in and pretty much told them that he's either going to run against them or they can sell to him or So I don't know what the true story is because Mike Graham said that they never bought Florida wrestling from him, but I heard they did. Crockett did, so I don't know which one was true, you know. But I think he did because he came in with a briefcase and they were all running upstairs, freaking out, Matsuda and all of them upstairs in the office, you know, like they didn't want to sell it. So at that time, Florida went from running 7 shows a week, and then Crockett came in and killed it. McMahon didn't kill Florida, Crockett did. He came in and started running 1 show a month instead of 6, 7 shows a week. So Steve Kerr and everybody were like, geez, I guess we'll have to get regular jobs working like this one day a week. I remember Stan Lane went and did an independent for somebody and didn't show up to one of the house shows for Florida. He worked for, might have been Saboldi's or somebody, and got $300 instead of whatever they were paying for Florida at that time, $100, $75. And then he got heat for that. But then I went to WWF. They were running the show down at the Tampa Sun Dome, and I went down there just to see Jake and everybody. And then when I walked in the building, I didn't even want to work really because I just hurt my leg in Japan. I tore my leg with Akira Maeda. He didn't even do it on purpose, though. You know who Maeda is, right?
Oh, yeah. He'll definitely do it. On purpose.
He was
not
real
on purpose.
Yeah, he liked me. He liked me because I could do, you know, wrestling with him and stuff, but he hated some of the Americans because, you know, when the ones that couldn't do, you know, reversals and wrestling moves and all the chain wrestling. So he'd always want to work with me, but he actually didn't even hurt my leg. I was just doing a Boston Crab, and he was getting ready to do the counter to it, like where you spin, flip the guy. Tore my leg right then. But I didn't want to even work at WWF. I just walked in the building, and Humperdinck and Rick Rude seen me and said, "Hey, buddy, you're working, man? You working tonight?" And then they took me over to Pat Patterson and started telling him to use me and everything. I thought, oh, my God, I don't want to hurt their feelings. I say no, and have to get me booked, you know. So then I ended up working there, and then Florida was still going on, but barely. So I had already seen, I didn't want to, honestly, I didn't even want to work for WWF because the second match I had, they asked me if I could be there the night after that in Fort Myers, I think it was, and I worked Macho Man that night, and Hulk Hogan came up to me and said, "What do you want to do? You want to come here full time and all?" And I was like, I just said, yeah, I got this so stupid to tell somebody, no, I don't want to come here, you know. So then I actually no-showed them when they booked me like full time somewhere at that time because I wanted to run my own federation. That's when I started, you know, my own shows, you know. So I didn't really care where the business was going because I had my plan to just run my own federation. Really, to start that off with, I forgot to tell you about one part because I know everybody likes Brian Hildebrand, you know, on there.
Oh, yeah.
All the listeners. So my experience with him was 1982. He lived in Dayton, Ohio. He's going to college. And Louis Tillett started the federation up there with Buddy Fuller, with some of the Memphis guys, the Midnight Express, but it was Randy Rose and it wasn't Dennis Condria. I forget who the other one was.
Norvell Austin?
No, it wasn't. It was like one of the Devil's Due from ICW. One of them.
Doug Vines and Jeff Swords.
Jeff Sword. That's who it was. Jeff Sword. Yeah. So it wasn't the real Midnight, but it was Randy Rose. And then Wayne Ferris was there, and they had some good names. Ron Fuller, Austin Otto again, and then Louis Tillett with Buddy Fuller, and then they had Brian being the referee. I don't think many people know about that, but Brian was actually the referee way back then for their federation. And
wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so I ended up staying with Al Perez in a hotel, and then his wife came, so then I had to stay with Eddie Mansfield. That was pure hell. That was worse than Jake. I wanted to kill him every day. That's all he did was say his real gimmick right in the room with me every minute, talking about how great he was. But anyway, yeah, I had to stay with him for a month, I think it was, and then Brian Hildebrand finally saved me and said, "You can stay at my college dorm with me." They had a big house. They were staying at like about 10 people. I'd rather stay there than with Eddie Mansfield. So then I ended up staying with Brian, and then for like 2 months probably, me and him every day. Both of us were broke. We had no money. We'd eat some kind of pizza place every day where they what's it called? Showtime Pizza, where the kids go. Me and him would go there every day and eat pizza because we were so broke. And then they folded, and Brian wanted to stay in the business too. And then Louis Tillett told us to come to his house in Charlotte, and he's going to get me booked in Alabama. And Brian just came along I guess he just took off school or something, but he rode with me all the way to Alabama. And then I worked for Fuller's down there. Louis was I don't know if he was like assistant booker or something. And then Brian stayed for like a week and hung around me and everything. And then he took a bus back, I think, to Dayton. But I was around him a lot. And we talked about all the time for starting our own federation, him being the referee. And that's why it was so cool when he got to do it really in Smoky Mountain.
Yeah.
What he always talked about. Yeah. So yeah, I'm good.
You know, Jerry, you've touched on so many different things today, and there's a lot of things we're not going to go into detail about today, but we will in the future. You working for the Fullers, you working in Japan, more about Portland. But I did want to mention one thing before we go this week, and I want to invite you back on the show next week because I'm having a good time. I want to continue this next week. I'm sure the listeners will like it too.
No problem.
Beyond all this fun talking about your career in wrestling and how much we love wrestling, you're going through some stuff right now. And I know there is a show coming up very soon that would be a benefit to you. So if you don't mind, can you please tell the listeners a little bit about what is currently going on with Jerry Gray and what, if anything, they can do to help out?
Yeah, I've been going through cancer for the last 4 or 5 years. It started off with colorectal cancer and then metastasized to liver cancer. It's stage 4 cancer now. And they're suspecting maybe bone cancer now too with all that. And they're putting together a show. It's coming up January 26th at 7 p.m. at Alex Porto's training school here in Orlando. It's off of Goldenrod Road. They can go to his website. I think it's Pro Wrestling 2.0. Just look for that. Anybody's interested in going. But Rocky Johnson's going to be there. Bugsy McGraw, Brian Blair, Bushwhacker Luke, Tyree Pride, a bunch of other. It's going to be a real good card, and I appreciate them doing that for me. And yeah, any way anybody could help, I'd appreciate it.
I know you don't have a GoFundMe or anything, but we'll see about what we could do about helping you get something set up, because I know, it's a lot that you're going through right now, and beyond the cancer, having to be in the same room with Tyree Pride again must be quite traumatic, considering everything that happened.
Yeah, he's scared. He's scared of me, though, because he knows I just let him do all this stuff. I had to see him. Yeah, he might not even show up, checking out.
Well, we'll put the information about that show on the Facebook page and on Twitter. And if anyone wants any more information about it, you can get in touch with the show. We'll try to push you in the right direction so that you could attend. And like I said, Jerry, you'll be, if you agree, you'll be back on the show next week. We'll tell more stories and we'll let the listeners get to know a little bit more about the life and the career of Jerry Gray.
I appreciate it, and I sure will. I got a million stories too, brother. I'll talk to you soon, man. Thank you.
There he is, Jerry Gray. I will officially call him a friend of the show. You'll be hearing him on the show again next week, and I'm sure many times in the weeks and months ahead. As Jerry said during that conversation, he is currently battling stage 4 cancer. Certainly not an easy journey. Certainly not something anyone wants to go through. Jerry's a good guy. If you want to help him out, if you are in the Orlando area, Friday, January 26th, 1468 North Goldenrod Road, number 225 in Orlando. There's a Return of the Golden Boy, Jerry Gray special event, a live wrestling show. Also appearing will be Brian Blair, Bushwhacker Luke, Tyree Pride, the Haitian sensation, Rocky Johnson, the father of The Rock, of course, and Bugsy McGraw, as well as others. Get more information by going to Pro Wrestling 20. That's the number 20, ProWrestling20.com. Once again, Friday, January 26th. If you are in the Orlando area, go to this show. Once again, ProWrestling20.com. The Return of the Golden Boy, Jerry Gray, Friday, January 26th. We'll also have this on the Facebook page and in the Mothership Facebook group. You heard him on the show. He's a cool guy. If you're in the area, please consider supporting this show, and by doing so, supporting Jerry Gray. But Scott,
that's quite a lineup. Did you say who was on that show? Rocky who?
Rocky Johnson.
Oh, he doesn't have to call him Johnson.
I just walked right into that shit. All right, well, with that, Scott, it's time for Book of the Week.
Book of the Week.
Book of the Week. Or perhaps I should say Books of the Week. Halls of Fame. But actually, there's 2 different books I want to tell everyone about this week. Both of them have arrived just recently here. One of them I think I mentioned during the Star Wars, and it is a book called Bad Rabbi and Other Strange But True Stories from the Yiddish Press by Eddie Portnoy. And one of the stories in here is about Martin Levy, known as the Blimp. I think a lot of people have seen his picture. It's an old picture, but it's one that's gotten around. Martin the Blimp Levy, who was a protege of Jack Pfeffer. So this is a cool book. You get Jack Pfeffer stories, Ed Martin Levy stories for a chapter. And then it's other, again, strange but true stories from the Yiddish Press. This is a cool book. I enjoyed it. I read the chapter on Martin Levy, and then I read some of the other chapters, and I enjoyed it. And I think you would too. Bad Rabbi and Other Strange but True Stories from the Yiddish Press by Eddie Portnoy, available at tinyurl.com/superpod, Amazon, But one more book I want to mention, and this one was written by a listener of this show. This one was written by a longtime listener, Lavi Margolin, and this book is called Trump Mania, Vince McMahon, WWE, and the Making of America's 45th President. For those of you who are saying, oh no, not something political, I'm going to read the back cover of this book just so you get an idea of what it is. The bluster and bravado that Trump witnessed at several WrestleManias, whether from a front row seat or inside the ring, surely lent a hand to his memorable electoral debate oratories. Trump Mania is the story on screen and off of the mutually beneficial business and personal relationship between Donald Trump, Vince and Linda McMahon, and the WWF/WWE. No matter what side of the political aisle you sit on, it would be hard to deny that Vince McMahon had some hand in the election of the 45th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Once again, the book, Trump Mania by Lavi Margolin. This book, as well as Bad Rabbi by Eddie Portnoy, is available at tinyurl.com/superpod Amazon. By using that link, you're using Amazon.com the way you normally would, except this show gets a little bit of love and support from the good people at Amazon. You guys, more than likely, you listen to other podcasts. How many of them hit you over the head with ads? Way too many ads. I mean, everyone has the same attitude. Oh, I want a show to make money. I want a show to make money. Well, I don't want a show to rape fans. And you guys know how this works when it comes down to it, when you have to think about it, when you have to think about supporting that show or this show, when you have to think about supporting other podcasts or Arcadian Vanguard podcasts, I think the decision will be rather easy for you to make. When it comes down to it, when it comes down to them or us, fuck those guys! Support the Super Podcast. Swami, support your Super Podcast at tinyurl.com/superpod Amazon.
When you say it like that, it's hard to argue, Brian. In fact, after hearing that skilled oratory of yours, I'm not only going to support these guys, as I always do, I'm going to stop supporting the other guys.
Well, I appreciate such a sentiment, Scott. I certainly do. Hey, right. You know, it's a great time to support the show. I've got a baby on the way. That's always a good time to do it. But with that, Scott, let's go now to the main event here on this week's show. I had another opportunity to speak to someone who's become a very popular guest in a very short period of time. The Taskmaster himself, Kevin Sullivan. We're going to talk about Mark Lewin. So many people think of Mark Lewin. They think of the Purple Haze coming out of the water in the robe. And he was so closely aligned with Kevin Sullivan. So I thought this is a good time to talk to Kevin about Mark, with him just getting into the Wrestling Observer Newsletter Hall of Fame. And also, I'm going to give a little bit of a warning here. The first 10 minutes or so of this conversation are me and Kevin talking baseball. So if you don't want to hear Kevin Sullivan talking baseball, go a little bit past that. But if you think it'll be interesting to hear Kevin Sullivan give his thoughts on some baseball items, you may get a kick out of this. But let's now go to this conversation with Kevin Sullivan. I am happy to welcome back to the Super Podcast a very popular guest on this show, Kevin Sullivan, the Boston Battler.
Thank you very much. Great to be back, my friend.
Well, listen, before we talk wrestling, I have to ask you the question on all of the listeners' minds. Kevin, how will the Red Sox deal with a new Yankee lineup consisting of both Stanton and Aaron Judge?
I would say pitch them way outside, like to the first base. They're going to have a rough year, I think. But, you know, even when they got Alex years ago, Joe Torre said the smartest thing in the world. He said pitching still beats the best hitting. So, you know, with this lineup, it reminds me, you know, back in the day of, well, we'll go way back. It reminds me of Maris and Mantle, you know what I mean? And then if you fast forward a dozen years ago, it reminds me of Manny and Ortiz, you know what I mean? They actually, in that period, had more RBIs than Ruth and Garrick did. So, I mean, this is going to be an unstoppable force. And if they pick up anybody that would be a stopper, because I don't know how much more CC got in the tank. Hey, it's still Yankee Stadium. And with that lineup they got, boy, I don't see anybody stopping them.
It's going to be pretty imposing when they come into your stadium every game this year. But let me ask you real quick, a couple other baseball questions, just because this is fun. You and I always do this off air. But you brought up Manny. Not enough people talk about how great Manny Ramirez was. I mean, he was just a monster. To me, I'd rather have him than Bonds during those years. He was just so scary. When you see him in the batter's box, would you have done the trade that the commissioner's office rejected of Manny for A-Rod? When that was proposed and that almost happened, what did you think?
I wanted Manny to stay. I mean, like you said. I mean, there was one time in the playoffs, and I think it was against Tampa, where he actually hit the ball over the screen in the Green Monster with one hand, and it was 6 inches off the ground. No, he was a ferocious. To me, you know, Manny was probably the purest, best right-handed hitter I think I've ever seen. He had everything, you know. And for those years, I mean, if he had ever gotten his head together, you know, like, I think Ortiz learned a lot from Manny, meaning he learned a lot about batting, but getting your pitch. You know, you basically, you got time to get 6 pitches, and one of them should be good. But I think he also saw that Manny hurt him in the long run. You know what I mean? You know, the whole thing with the PEDs with Ortiz now is kind of, well, he wasn't caught and all this. And that's the year he had 53 home runs. And everybody says, well, everybody did it. But they kind of not, especially in Boston, it's like, oh, he didn't do it. But it doesn't matter. I think here's the question I have. People saying, is he going in the Hall of Fame, first ballot Hall of Fame, right? Ortiz? How do you put Ortiz in before you put Edgar in when the designated hitter is the Edgar Martinez Award, right?
He has been just so screwed over for so many years. I always say I would vote for Edgar Martinez. I completely agree with you.
Yeah, and I mean, he was a doubles machine. He hit 300 more than Ortiz did. I mean, if you look at Ortiz's numbers the last 5 years, I mean, they're pretty impressive. I mean, I think he hit over 300 in 3 of the 5 years. He hit 30 home runs or better the last 5 years and drove in 100 RBIs. So his closing numbers kind of remind me of, you know, if you want to compare it to other sports, you know, when Allie used to go the last 10 seconds in the round all out, balls to the wall.
Yeah.
To take that round away from a fighter. I think Ortiz, you know, and basically, I've read this a lot, that he had the best go-home season ever in the history of baseball. He led the league in RBIs, intentional walks, slugging. He hit over 300. He hit 315. He led the league in doubles. And if his feet didn't give out at him, he had 48 doubles for the year. And going into the All-Star break, he had like 38. He just couldn't run anymore after the All-Star break. But getting back what we said, I don't know if you can vote him in without voting Edgar in first.
Well, I think, unfortunately, because of the taint of steroids, you really could say that about an entire era. And let's be honest, we don't know who's in there already, who played on the Oakland Athletics, who played on any of these teams where there were steroid users who have used it. So, I mean, the chances are more than likely, in fact, I would bet on it, we already have steroid users in the Hall of Fame.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And, you know, the thing is, the stink has always been on Piazza, you know, and I even question Fisk, because how do you play that long in that position as long as he did? What did he play, 22 years? And he was an all-star right up until almost the end. And, you know, that's how, if anybody knows anything about baseball, try sitting in a squatting position for 9 innings year after year.
Oof. So, hey, I'll tell you what, while we're leveling accusations, I'll do so as well. I've always thought Ricky Henderson, based on his longevity, and of course, he's one of these guys in that Oakland dugout where so many guys have been proven to have used steroids.
And the other thing that people don't realize, I think, about steroids in baseball, the quickness with Ricky's hands never went. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Wasn't he the all-time leader of leadoff home runs? I mean, Ricky hand speed was phenomenal, not counting how fast he was on the base paths. You know, he padded his record a few times, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, because he would be the career leader in triples if he hadn't stopped at second base looking for the steal.
Right. And the other thing is, I think you're right. When you have a dressing room full of guys doing it, And you got to realize, I'm going to give them a pass. At that time, it wasn't illegal. You know what I mean? It wasn't recognized by baseball being a banned substance. And I also think that baseball knew they were taking it. I mean, from everybody, you know, Bush owned the Rangers. And you're going to try to tell me they didn't know after that strike-shortened season, everybody was turned off baseball, and McGuire and Sosa saved them. You know, that's everybody was talking about that, you know. And everybody, I think deep in our hearts we knew. I mean, here's a guy, Sammy Sosa, who hit over 60 home runs 3 different times and never was the home run leader. How do you figure that one out, right?
That is insane, yeah.
Yeah. We're gonna get into something else, but here's the person we're gonna talk about, right? This is like one of the biggest mistakes, I think, in baseball, the Hall of Fame. How isn't Gil Hodges in there?
I'm a Met fan, and, you know, by me, you know, there's still the Gil Hodges Memorial Bridge. I don't think a lot of people realize there's a bridge in Brooklyn, the Gil Hodges Bridge. He was such an iconic player in New York, but also I think what hurts him is that he was an all-star player in the middle of a lineup filled with all-stars. And he gets overlooked.
Talk about overlooked. I'm going to tell you a statistic you're going to crap your pants on. From 52 to 57, he led I believe, the majors, not just the National League, the majors in RBIs. And think about who was playing center field in what you said in New York at the time. You know, you had Willie, you had Duke, and you had Mickey, and he led the league. And that's just the 3 center fielders. And he led the major leagues in RBIs. I did thought this guy. And if he didn't do it on playing first base for a team that predominantly went to the World Series to put the Yankees over, he did it with the Mets. He did it with the Mets. The amazing Mets, it was him. I mean, I don't know how people overlook him, but I guess I do. I guess I do, because our whole story about it today is about a guy Dave overlooked.
Well, that's kind of what we're going to talk about today. You know, you and I were talking a little bit off air about the Wrestling Observer Newsletter Hall of Fame, and I want to talk to you about Mark Lewin, because Mark got in this year, and you were flabbergasted when I said that, because you couldn't believe, how was he not already in? And you look at the career of Mark Lewin, you look at what he did in Australia alone, and then you can look at his career as a young babyface with Don Curtis. You look at his career as a heel. Look at everything he did for so many years, a main eventer everywhere, a booker. And it's amazing he wasn't already in the Hall of Fame. When did you first meet Mark Lewin?
I first met Mark in '81 in Atlanta. I was working a program with Austin Idol, and Idol turned babyface, and I wouldn't accept him. And we did this angle where I went out at the Omni where Idol was wrestling Mark, and I went out to the concession stand. The people forced me to go to the ring because Abdullah jumped on him. And then I worked with Mark and Abdullah, Mark being the great heel he was. But here's something, you're talking about as a young man. His first partner wasn't Don Curtis. His first partner was Argentina. Our first main partner, his brother and him were partners.
Right.
But when Mark was 18 years old, he made $123,000 back in '55, I believe it was.
Wow. That's amazing.
And I think it was 54 to be exact. And back then, Mickey was making $17,000. Think about that. Crazy. And I've known, Mark, here's the thing. I'm glad that Dave did eventually vote him in. And I know Dave's done research. Dave is the top of the mountain on wrestling journalists. But the thing was, what we're seeing now with the WWE is a global, or at least during the early days, it was a national promotion, from coast to coast. They did this in the late '60s in Australia. I mean, they were going from Melbourne to Sydney, Sydney to Brisbane, It was like the same thing going to New York to Miami to LA.
Yeah.
And they drew record business, but not just there. Then Jim Barnett gave him New Zealand to promote. So Mark had promoted New Zealand. I happened to be lucky enough in my career to go to Asia and that part of the world where Mark was like Hulk Hogan was back in the day. I mean, I went to Singapore, Malaysia, Hong Kong. I mean, with Mark, it was complete sellout business. Him and Curtis, whether they were working with one another or together as a tag team, they drew huge money all over that place. And when they left, it wasn't that they burnt it out. Nobody could follow them. And, that there was a thing that happened there that was very strange. And it kind of mirrors what's happening in our country today. I'm not sure if I got the exact party right, but I believe it was the Labor Party got voted in for the first time. And this was Rupert Murdoch's party, the same guy that has Fox News. And his slogan was Australia for Australians. So Barnett had to sell his 51% of his business to an Australia, and they had to have 51% of their content, meaning the wrestlers had to be Australian. Now, here's the bad part of it. The bad part is the guys, there wasn't that many Australian guys, and the guys that were Australian had been working there in the middle. Do you know what I'm saying?
Right.
At best.
Yeah, he never pushed Australian as the main guy. It would be Spiros Arion or Dominic DeNucci or Mario Milano or Mark Lewin. He never let someone homestead.
Right. And the other thing was, I think the reason why Jim did this, and I think that Jim might have taught this to Vince Sr. or vice versa, that was all ethnic. Like Spiros was for the Greeks. There's a lot of people don't, we still in our country live in an isolated thought process. This is back in the late 60s, early 70s. There was a huge amount of Greeks that moved to Australia. They had a civil war. They had a couple of revolutions. So the Australians were there. Mario Milano was for the Italians. The Italians came after World War II. And then, he had Curtis. There were more, and Curtis passes as, he's half Hawaiian. I mean, he comes from a royal family. I mean, his I think it's his second great uncle was the admiral of the Navy when Hawaii was a country by itself. So the Polynesians flocked to see Curtis, and there are more Samoans in Australia than there are in Samoa. So, I mean, they got that rough. And then, and the other one is there are more Samoans in New Zealand than there are in Samoa. So, I mean, they had that locked up, and they did that ethnic wrestling. And then, a guy that we kind of glance over, and I know you know who he is, Waldo Von Erich was a huge star there.
Yeah.
Because Australia, was in the war itself. So the Germans, and especially back in the day, they brought in Tanaka and Fuji. The Japanese had been involved. And here's the thing. We don't sometimes understand timelines. In 65, the war had only been over 20 years. So there was people that were going to matches that were 35, were 15 when the war was going on. So Jim built it. And I think what he built along with Mark was the blueprint that Vince Sr. did. And then eventually when Vince Jr. took over, it was the same thing. He had Tanaka and Fuji. He had the Junkyard Dog. So he played the ethnic card, Irish Pat Barrett, a bunch of guys, yeah.
Talked a little bit about Mark early in his career in New York with Don Curtis. It really is amazing if you think about it. I know Jody Hamilton had a similar experience, although much shorter in length. But Mark's a young guy in New York at the height of Antonino Rocca, at the height of the Golden Grams. He's in there. It's him and Don Curtis against Eddie and Dr. Jerry. And people still talk about that to this day, what a big star he was in New York.
Right. And Mark was a visionary. I'll tell you the story. Eddie went to Florida to become Cowboy Luttrell's partner. I believe it was 59. Now, you know this. I'm not telling you anything, but I'm telling our listeners. That run from the Dumont Network, and then when Vince had wrestling out of Connecticut, it was in Bridgeport, that tape went all the way to Chicago because when Dumont went down, they used Vince's tape, so Vince had part of Chicago too. And, you know, from, we'll say, 54 to 59, those guys were making incredible money. Like I told you, Mark told me he made, I think it was $123,000, and I was saying 54. It was 1953, so they started making money as soon as the Dumont Network hit, and Mark was one of the first guys. And he, like you said, not many people realize, except, you know, a handful, like you do, you're a wrestling historian, that the Grahams and Lewin and Curtis, if you look at all the tag team feuds over the generations, I think they're the number one. And during this height, Eddie was going down to Florida once in a while, and he was a good friend of Cowboy Luttrell's, and Cowboy said to him, hey, I'm getting old, I need some help. And at this time, Florida was only a winter territory. They closed in the summer. And Mark and Eddie were good friends, and Eddie ran it by Mark and said, no, I don't think I'm going to go down there. And Mark said to him, listen, when our runners over here, you know, you sitting with a powder keg, meaning Dr. Jerry, he said, you know, eventually we're going to have to go out of here. And he said, you got a great mind, Eddie. I think if you went down there and opened it up as a real territory, not just as a winter territory, you would do big business. And Eddie, taking Mark's advice, also took we're talking about the platforms and the formulas of wrestling. Eddie took Funk Seniors, you know, Sheriff's Boys Ranch, and working good stuff in the community, giving them violence, but wrestling is the name of the game, so you always have wrestling. So Eddie had learned a lot from Mark, and I think that he learned a huge from Funk Senior, and then he went down there. So I don't know if Eddie would have went down there without Mark telling him, hey, you got to go, and saying to him, hey, you know, everything changes, and we're about to have the end of our run, because, you know, they had a 4 or 5 year run. Every night they were almost working together. And you throw in the Kangaroos, you know, they had heel matches, and Lewin and Curtis against the Kangaroos, and even the Bastien brothers were in there. But it was basically built upon Curtis and Lewin against the Grahams.
Dr. Jerry has been one of the most popular subjects here on this show. We've had so many people on telling stories about the good doctor. I'm curious, did you ever get to meet him and spend time around him? And also, what did Eddie say about Dr. Jerry, who, like you said, I mean, Eddie was no angel, but Dr. Jerry, it was an explosion waiting to happen, although he was a brilliant guy. What did Eddie say about him?
Well, here's a funny thing. During the time that Eddie, you know, Eddie had wrestled for the Funks as Rip Rogers, Buddy Rogers' brother. And I think they did that, and I don't know this for a fact, but from what I gathered from Eddie, and maybe it was in a code, not want to tell me exactly, but it was because, you know, a lot of people didn't trust Buddy. In fact, when Buddy was the champion, the NWA champion, and the Funks were an NWA member, for a while they didn't recognize Buddy. They recognized Kiniski. And then Kiniski dropped their version to Junior, and then Junior dropped it to Buddy, and Buddy, you know, emerged as the one champion. But it was when Eddie knew it was time to go, he got a call. They wanted a partner for Dr. Jerry, and he went up there. And immediately the things caught on fire because, you know, one of the things that's funny, you know, I always talk about this. It's good to talk to someone that really knows the business probably better than I, the history of it. But, you know, Eddie learned from Funk Sr. And Funk Sr. doesn't get a credit enough as being a genius that he was.
Yeah.
And look he produced two boys that are world champions. One of them's still out there. I had the pleasure of being on a show with them a month ago. And they learned from Senior. But Senior had taught Eddie great finishes because they were around a promoter called Doc Sapolis, who was the start of the complicated finishes. So when Eddie went to New York and they were having matches, the four of them, Curtis and Lewin and Doctor, Vince would say, hey, what are we going to do? And Eddie would give it the finish to Jerry. So Jerry would come up and tell Vince Sr., oh, we're going to do this and that. What do you think? Oh, brilliant. So for a while, Sr. thought that the good doctor was the brains. Until, again, Mark came up to him and said, hey, you're not getting these finishes from Dr. Jerry. I want you to know it's Eddie. And this goes back years later when I first got to Florida. Eddie would fly up to the Madison Square Garden, work once in a while as a heel, even though he was a huge babyface in Florida. And if there was a question about finishes, I mean, I was lucky enough that when I was in Florida, I got to work in St. Louis and I got to work in New York before I went there. And they would call Eddie and say, hey, this is what we're going to do. Do you think we should do something else? We're going to come back with this, blah, blah, blah. And they were very receptive to any ideas that he had. But, I mean, this is a long way to get to the point where what you're talking about. Again, Mark was an influence on a different level where he saw a lot of guys would be jealous of Eddie. You know what I mean? Wouldn't put him over. Meaning, back in the hey, it's a work, but back in that day, it was really competitive about your job. You didn't know, there was different territories, but Mark saw how valuable Eddie was. And I think without Mark pushing Eddie the way he did, things might have been different. I mean, I've thought about if Eddie didn't go to Florida, Florida might have been sucked up by Georgia and just used as a few towns in the wintertime. So Mark has been I know that Mark has been influential in, he was Jim Barnett's booker forever in Australia. He was his booker for a while in Atlanta until him and Ole got into a squabble. When Jim bought Knoxville, he sent Marky up there, and that didn't last long.
That's when he sold it to Flair and Mulligan?
Yeah. And then later on, I worked for them, and I booked for Flair and Mulligan. But Marky saw that Knoxville could be a big town, and it ended up being a very good town, or a very good wrestling town. And everywhere Mark went, he made money. Japan was another one. He made a lot of money. And he lived in Japan for a couple of years. He lived in New Zealand. He lived in Singapore. He still lives half the year in Singapore. I mean, Mark has been a world traveler, and, the grandeurs of Asia. He's been there, and he's drawn money to stay. He still looks great. He still pushes the iron. He's 82 years old. And the guy that I say he looks like physically is Bruno. He's in that good of a shape.
Well, even, in his heyday, he was always one of the wrestlers with a better physique.
Right.
In Georgia, in 1980, Mark had already been wrestling close to 30 years. You had been around for a decade or so.
Yeah, 10 years.
What made you guys connect?
Frankie Kane was Mark's manager along with Abdullah. And that incident I told you about where the people pushed me to the ring, when we're going over the finish, I got to give Abdullah credit. He told Ole, he said, I can't sell for this guy because I was going to hit the ring. And Ole said, why not? He said, he's too small. I was just coming off a bodybuilding contest then. I weighed about 190 pounds. I said, don't worry, Abby, I'll grow on you. So when I hit the ring, I hit the ring. I had a 2x4. I let fucking Abby have it. And he yells, keep coming. And to Abdullah's credit, I mean, I've heard a lot of negative things about Abdullah. I really, really like Abdullah. He's a class act. Abdullah said to Ole, pulled him aside and said, "This is one of the few times I was completely wrong." He said, "Book him with us and we'll draw money." And we did. So Marky and I both like to work out, and Marky had the key to a gym. It was called Doc's Gym right by his house. And we had a key, so we would go in after and him and I would train at night together, and probably got fired back in the day if they found out, but nobody was in the gym but me and him. And, we like to say, and Mark was a big swimmer and a big diver. I've been a diver forever, 40 years. And I used to go diving with Mark. He was the best swimmer I've ever seen in my life. And a runner, Mark was a great runner. He was just an all-around athlete, smart guy, knew the world. Like that thing was when we were in Florida together. We get in the car, pick him up, or he'd pick me up, and he'd say, "Where do you want to go today?" And I'd pick out, "Oh, tell me about Indonesia, and tell me about Jakarta specifically." He would have stories upon stories about where he'd been around the world. Him and Curtis wrestled all over the world, Europe. I mean, they lived the life. Curtis and Mark went on Queen Mary for a year and traveled the world for a year. That's pretty cool, huh?
Wow, a year.
Yeah. So they were making all kinds of money down there in Australia. So, I mean, he was a very unique guy, could flip the switch from babyface to heel. And one of the things that I learned from him, and I want our listeners to YouTube him up, when he took bumps, he didn't take bumps like a wrestler. He almost took them like a boxer. He would take a bump landing on his face. He'd take a bump on his ass. And when he sold, Dusty learned how to sell from Mark. And Dusty told me that many times. When Dusty would throw his arms out, straight out, and get his arm, and with the blood running down, they were both, Dusty and Mark were both into sending subliminal messages the way they sold. And Dusty could do this move that I haven't seen done since Dusty stopped wrestling. It's called the dead man's bump, where you're selling, where you're delirious and you're on the apron, knocked unconscious, and you take a step off like you're stepping into air, and your back foot is on the apron and it directs you down. I've tried it one time, but that was enough for me because I almost split my head open. I mean, you have to be very good at that because it's a very, very dangerous bump. And Mark wouldn't do it unless it was needed. And every time, and Dusty took it too. And every time they took that bump, it was like, you and I would be sitting there and we'd say, "Oh, I know this is shit, but this is bullshit, but that had to be real. He has to be unconscious." It was one of those things that grabbed you no matter how much of a wrestling fan you are, because we've talked before. I think everybody wrestling fan, after they go enough, you're an 11-year-old kid and your parents are putting the presents in the closet to give it to you on Christmas Day, but you really want to believe it for the last year, you know what I mean? And you're talking yourself into believing it. And when you see things like that, you say to yourself, it's like I've always told the story. I'd wrestled amateur as a kid, so I knew you couldn't just feel a guy by his hair and all that. But when I saw the Sheik wrestle the first time, I said, I don't care if this is prearranged, that guy's real. Well, how much sense does that make? Everybody's fake but him, you know what I mean? So, yeah, Mark...
There's a lot of good footage of Mark and the Sheik. I've seen, there's a match on YouTube, and it's incredible. You mentioned his selling, because Mark hits a gusher, but also the way they had the Kobo set up, there's a giant spotlight on Mark. So he's on the apron bleeding, and there's a spotlight on him, and it's just this really, really strong visual, while the Sheik is just cutting him up.
Yeah, and Mark was a visual guy. I mean, he was huge. He was, that video, the famous video of me conjuring Mark up from the seat.
Yeah.
That to me is one of the fondest things I ever did, because I had argumentatively the greatest talk of all times, King Curtis. We're one of the greatest workers of all times. And him coming out of the ocean, and you talk about luck, that night was a full moon. And we did it in one take, and Mark was so good. I mean, it blew the territory open without him even having a match. I mean, he was airy, and Mark had this, he carried himself with this believability. And I never saw him dog a match. He went out, he didn't take a lot of bumps, and people say, even back in that era, well, he doesn't take bumps. Well, that's what made him different. He was a mountain. I mean, at one time, I remember he was about 285 pounds. He was benching 315 for 15 reps and then going and doing 15 shins supersetting with a 45-pound waiter on him. He was just a special, special attraction. And I'm glad that Dave has finally given Mark his due, and we talked off the air. What about Wild Bull? I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Dave, Wild Bull, Wild Bull.
Yeah, you see that, all you voters out there? I now have the endorsement of Kevin Sullivan for Wild Bull Curry for the Hall of Fame. But, Kevin, I want to ask you about the Purple Haze run, because as memorable as it is, one of the things I think is underrated is you and Jake Roberts as a team right before Mark got there in 82, because I think that's the beginning of Jake the Snake, truly. I never was a big fan of his character until then. And then from there on, he becomes Jake the Snake. And you guys together were such a strong team. How did that come together? And when was the decision made, and who made the decision to bring Mark in?
Well, I was very lucky. I mean, during that era, everything just fell into place. Having Jake Roberts as your partner, wow. I mean, just watching Jake made me learn so much. You could watch Jake and watch his hand gestures and learn so much. And one of the things that I learned from Jake was, if you talk softer, they have to turn it up to listen to you. And Jake's promos were really the first anti-promos. He wasn't yelling and screaming. And he sounded like a maniac. That this guy killed little animals when he was a child. You could just evilness coming out of him. And his work was so incredible. So incredible. And we got so much heat because of him. I mean, then what happened was, his father was the assistant booker or co-booker with Watts in the UWF. Yeah, and it was time for him to go home. And we had lucked out. Dusty had gone to Houston and was wrestling for Paul. And Mark only worked Houston Friday nights. And occasionally, if Paul had a spot show, and once in a while, like maybe every 2 months, he worked Dallas and San Antonio. But Mark usually only worked once a week, and that was for Paul. And Dusty was a big, big fan of Mark's. And when he went to Houston one day, he came to Mark and said, "Hey, I'd really like you to come in," and blah, blah, blah. And he said, "We'll put you with Kevin." And Mark and I did have a relationship. He said, "Oh, that's good." And he said, "It'll probably be a couple of months." He said, "That's fine with me." And then it went from there. Then Mark and I were together probably 5-6 years. So, I mean, straight. So, I mean, we went all over. I mean, we went to spend a lot of time, like I said, in Singapore. And we were in Hawaii, and we booked Hawaii together. And
what was that like? How chaotic was Hawaii during that period of time? Was that, Liam Ivia? Was Lars Anderson still involved at that time?
Yeah, but they stepped back, and I got to give Leah credit. She saw, what we were going to. Mark said to her, "We'll come in," and Mark lived in Hawaii at the time, "if you leave us alone, especially Lars." And they left us alone, and then we were like a open city, if you will, because one of the times we worked here, this is I'm going to say this is 84, where me and Mark worked against Fuji and Morocco. They were baby faces, and they were in the WWF at the time. and nobody cared. Nobody said you can't do that. So we had guys also stopping in from Japan. We had also Inoki came, gave Leah a ring. He worked on the card. We had Brody on the card. We had Hanson on the card. I had Mulligan on the card. I had the original Sheik. I had Sabu. I mean, so we had a plethora of talent going through there. And then it went from just running Honolulu to running Honolulu every 2 weeks, the big building, but we ran Pearl Harbor every week. Then we started running all the islands. We run the Big Island, Hawaii, and we would run Kona and Hilo, 2 towns on the island, ran Molokai, ran Kauai, Lanai, and then we started running Singapore, Samoa, New Zealand, Malaysia. So it got to be a really nice place to work. You were in tropical paradise, plus the places you were going to. We always had a sponsor that was paying very well, and it was great. I really enjoyed it. So, I mean, it could have been really, really bad, and at the end it did become bad because we drew like $200 and something thousand in Aloha Stadium. Then that night, Lars came in and said, well, I'm going to do the booking again. They beat every heel on the card, and they were dead. You know, it was a fun place to work. And, you know, it was like a forerunner for what Vince is doing now is we were going to, I read just recently that they're Abu Dhabi and they're in Saudi Arabia and they're going to Australia. Well, Leah was doing that 30 years ago. So, and that was with Mark. Mark said, hey, there's money in parts of the world. Let's go. And Mark, because of his connections in that part of the world, would actually get somebody to sponsor a tour. So you weren't worried about, of course, you promoted as best as you can, but it took a lot of tension off of a company if you're going and everything's taken care of, everything's paid for. The hotels were all first class. The food, you got allotment to eat every day. And I mean, we were treated very well. And I think it was because of Mark's connections over there. In fact, a lot of the people we worked for, Mark had worked for before with Barnett. So it was great.
In terms of the famed Purple Haze promo where you summon him out of the sea, what was that conversation like? Where you tell Mark that this is what you want to do? Mark had been a babyface in Florida and a hugely successful babyface. And he hadn't been a heel. And I said, I knew the Maniac gimmick, was almost similar. Not almost. It was very similar to what the Purple Haze was, but we just put a purple robot on. I said, but we got to do something that will shock the people. And I was a big fan of Curtis's. To this day, Dusty Rhodes told me, and this is Dusty, he said Curtis was the greatest talker of all times. And I mean, if you talk to superstar Billy Graham, Blackjack Mulligan guys that I think can talk people into buildings, everybody tips their hat to Curtis. I said, can you imagine Curtis narrating it and you coming out of the water and boom, boom. Everything lucked out. I think it was because I think Curtis's monologue was so good it all fell into place. But like I said earlier, we had a full moon. We had a one take because it was February and Mark was in that water and it was pitch black and he came out of the water. And like I said, Mark's a waterman and it just worked so well. It was probably my whole career. That's the interview I've ever been involved in. Wow. That's a big statement.
Yeah.
In WCW, everyone will remember with the Dungeon of Doom, you were able to, in a sense, return the favor to King Curtis for how influential he was, and you were able to get him that job as the leader of the Dungeon of Doom. Did you ever try to do something with Mark, after he retired?
Yeah, but Mark was living in Singapore at the time, and he was actually still running towns at the time. Mark's married to a Singaporean princess, and he lives in Singapore most of the year, and I could, it wouldn't have been feasible for Mark to leave, but it wasn't hard for me to get Curtis that gig because Hogan thought Curtis was the greatest talker of all times, and Hogan was very close to the King. So that was easy, and I was so glad to be able to do something for him.
What about your Mid-Atlantic run? You leave Florida in 83, and you and Mark, managed by Gary Hart, go to Mid-Atlantic Wrestling. Did you guys enjoy your time there?
Well, here's the thing about that. We actually flew up. They flew us up for a meeting because we had a pretty sweet deal in Florida, but we started to see, it was all business. We had just had our run. It was really time for us to step back. And sometimes, they don't miss you until you're gone. And sometimes we all, we can get taken for granted. So we flew up there, and they told us they were going to have the first pay-per-view. So Mark and I were on the first match of the first pay-per-view, the first Starrcade. Well, they cut the towns back, and they were just doing TV in some crappy towns. Well, Mark and I went to the office with Gary and said to them, this isn't what we're used to getting paid. And they said, oh, don't worry, we're going to make it up. You're going to get a huge payoff in the Starrcade, and then next year you guys are the main event. Well, I noticed Gary didn't say too much. Me and Mark are the ones talking, and Gary is supposedly our mouthpiece. So Gary didn't say anything, and then I find out during the week that Gary is going to get a little payday besides working. He connected the dots for them to bring Carlos in and Abdullah in. And I thought, When we got our payday, it was like 10 times less than we thought we were going to get.
Ooh.
So I just went home, packed my bags, and left. Mark did the same thing. I enjoyed it. We had some very good matches with the Youngblood and Steamboat. That was the match we were supposed to go to the next Starrcade. They had great. Those guys were great. The talent was great. It was sometimes people's reputations, like they were. This is when Dusty came in too. Right before Dusty came in, but he put the Starrcade together. And Dusty and Mark, it goes back to the student pupil. Eventually one has to give in to the other one. It's usually the pupil giving to the student. So there was some heat with Mark because Mark would bitch about his money because he was Mark Lewin. And, the way we got treated there was, I think in retrospect, when I look at it, was maybe this was a spanking because maybe they thought we didn't give them enough time when we left. We gave them a month. Maybe they thought they needed 2 months. I don't know. But it left a sour taste in my mouth. And I never really got on with the Crockett's. Not David and Jackie, meaning Jimmy. Jimmy was a rich kid that knew nothing about the wrestling business, and he wanted to get his ass kissed by all the guys.
And they certainly used that to their advantage.
Yes, they did on interviews. God's best promotion in God's green earth. I mean, it was sickening to me, but maybe I wasn't smart enough to jump on that program. But Jimmy and I never really saw eye to eye on anything. And I thought, his little bit of booking was completely off the wall. I'll tell you a real quick story. JJ and I are in Vegas. This is when we had the Great American Bash, and we were flying. We're in the West Coast. So they put us up in Vegas. So we were at the MGM Grand. So we flew to Vegas after Kansas City, and then the next day was Seattle. We flew to Seattle, flew back to Vegas. That was a Monday. Tuesday, we went to Spokane, flew back to Spokane, back. Wednesday was Tacoma, back to Seattle. Thursday was Portland. We did that all the way down the coast to San Diego. We did San Jose, we did Redding, we did San Francisco, we did Oakland. I mean, we were there for about 15 shows. We flew back. Halfway through the tour there on the West Coast, JJ and I get summoned to Jimmy Crockett's penthouse with Dusty. Now they're selling out big time. And they come to me and JJ and they say, well, we're going to make a move. And I thought, what's going to happen? And they said, we're going to make JJ the booker and you're going to help JJ. I said, well, what's going on? They said, Jimmy said, Dusty and I are going to Hollywood to make movies. I thought, oh, and I almost said it out of my mouth. And I bit my tongue. I was going to say, I think the Looney Tunes are covered, you know what I mean? But and then, you know what happened? One day, the accountant goes to them after they're starting, Jimmy Crockett's starting a Learjet from Charlotte to Greenville, 80 miles. I used to drive, you know, I was supposed to have a seat. I have a seat on the plane, but I drive because by the time you went to the airport, the private airport, by the time you waited for everybody, by the time they loaded everything, by the time you flew down there, by the time they loaded the beer on the plane and all that, I'd be home for 45 minutes. So, I mean, so the accountant came to Jimmy one day. This is how you talk about being in disarray. They're riding high, and one day the accountant comes in and says, we're out of cash. How did they do this? I mean, how do you hire a guy who doesn't warn you you're going bankrupt? And I mean, you know, that was when they had the wrestling network that Jimmy tried to do. So this was a very, he left everybody stranded with money. What they did, it was a great idea. They were going to have 6 matches on the card. And it was filmed. And I think it was a 90-minute show. So hypothetically, the first match, the 2 guys working the first match are going to get $100. The second match, the guys are going to get $200, and then so and so until you got to the main event. And if it was a tag match, the guys were going to get $2,000 apiece. And if it was a single main event, they were going to get $4,000 to $10,000, depending on what drew. Well, they had run that for about, I'm going to say 6 months, but hadn't got the money back from the television station. They ended up stiffing everybody. I mean, Jimmy was not a good businessman. And here's the ironic part. Jimmy was a second-generation promoter, and Vince is too. Vince is actually a third-generation promoter. Think about the difference, what happened. If they had maybe a guy not as good as Vince, but in a capacity to know his limitations and saying, I got to get some kind of a system here with an accountant, and I got to have somebody watching my back and growth. You know, Vince, their idea of being smart was Vince is in New York City, and Connecticut is where the office is. It's the richest town, I believe, in the United States, or one of them.
Yeah, Greenwich, Connecticut.
They leave Charlotte to go to Dallas, Texas, in the middle of the oil crisis when Texas was dry. I mean, they did some ridiculous things. They bought UWF and then killed it off. I mean, they killed it. I mean, I didn't understand that. They just killed it off. And then they moved into the former office, and they had 2 offices. What did you need 2 offices for? It was not, Jimmy, and this is funny, I think because of that, maybe we wouldn't have had a WCW because, you know, Turner bailed Jimmy out by buying this.
You know, a couple things. One is, it's interesting, as you pointed out, the similarities yet the differences between Vince and Jimmy. Both are juniors. Vince McMahon Jr., Jim Crockett Jr. The difference is one has a very close relationship with his father. One doesn't even know his father for the first however many years of his life and has a distant relationship for a number of years. Both are from North Carolina. You know, both go into the family business and then eventually rise up. And then you see Vince hires the best people who have nothing to do with wrestling. You need an accountant? Get the best accountant. Jim Crockett Jr., it's still this small little family office.
Right.
Where Paul Jones could come in and whisper stuff to you. As opposed to a business running on a national level. And you talked before about what if Eddie Graham hadn't gone to Florida in 59. I'll tell you the other big one.
Right.
What if John Ringley hadn't been caught fooling around on Francis Crockett? Because he was the guy running the company before Jim Crockett Jr. was.
And he was doing a great job. And that's a great what if, because I've never even thought of that. And if I have, it was just in passing. I mean, I think too is that deflated Jimmy. So when he came in, when John got thrown out by the family, I think Jimmy came in with a chip on his shoulders that he was going to show, his dad left it to the son-in-law rather than his son. You know what I mean? And that had to deflate Jimmy, I'm sure. So Jimmy came in with a chip on his shoulder. So that's a very interesting what if. That's very good.
And look at what he inherits. He inherits George Scott as a booker, who changes up the entire makeup of Charlotte from this heavy on tag teams territory to single stars and eventually young single stars. And he starts bringing in that young talent. Flair comes in around this time. Wahoo and Johnny Valentine come in, and that changes the whole territory. And that's what Jim Crockett Jr. walks into.
And he walked into that, and then he thought he didn't need George anymore. And it was just a mess. And he got into, it's crazy that sometimes when you're really successful at a business, you want to be successful in another business, like the movie business. Who in their right mind thought they could create movies? And where were they going to get this money to break into this business? They were going to be shunned. Two shit kickers from North Carolina, no disrespect to Dusty, but I mean, he wasn't Cecil B. DeMille, you know what I mean? And Jimmy was no Clint Eastwood, you know what I mean? So it was absurdity. Wow.
Although we saw what Vincent Hogan did with No Holds Barred, which is just one of the worst movies of all time. I am intrigued by the idea of what Jim Crockett Jr. and Dusty Rhodes would have come up with, a few days in a hotel room working on a script. What would their movie have been?
Yeah. And, but let me ask you something, because you probably know better than I do. For a while there, the WWF films were using some big name people like Halle Berry, right? And Susan Sarandon. Have they stopped producing as many movies as they once did?
I think from what I recently heard, they're going to try now to move into television shows and more short form work. I think they're still doing movies, but really so much of their film division depends on who their partner is. Because very often it's the partner that brings someone like Halle Berry to the project. And the amount of stars, the amount of stars that have been on their projects, true, like big stars, have been few and far between. To be honest, that is a vanity project. It has been done nothing but cost shareholders money. There's no good reason for it. It does nothing to promote the brand. No one goes to see those movies. No one cares about those movies. It's the biggest waste of money on their payroll, maybe.
Yeah, and that's where I was saying Halle Berry got in. And the one I saw, I was going through Netflix, there was one where Susan Sarandon, now I know she isn't as big a draw as she once was, but she's on that Ray Donovan, which is I think it's a number one or number two.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then, she's made a bit of a comeback. So now that you tell me this, I can see that whoever they partnered up with paid her both their salaries to come in, or they owed them a favor or something.
The other question is, we don't know what their rate is. I mean, we don't know who lost money to Bernie Madoff and who didn't. Who's saying, please, I'll do anything.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's like Kevin Bacon and his wife, really. And John, what's his name? Being John Malkovich?
John Malkovich.
Is that it? Malkovich, yeah. He lost his ass. So, yeah, right. Yeah.
Hey, Kevin, before we wrap things up, a couple more things real quick about Mark. Mark would end up going to Dallas, I think, when Gary was booking in 86. Did you ever get the call to go to Dallas?
Yeah, I did. I did get the call to go to Dallas, but I went back to Florida to book. I was just taking the book over in Pensacola, Continental for Ronald Fuller.
Yeah.
And I had a sweet deal there, and I look back and think, that was a mistake, but everything works out. I took the book over, and then Hero called Ronald, and Ronald said to me, "It's your call. I don't want you to go, but if you feel that you want to go," and it came down to a few dollars. It was stupid on my part, and I thought, well, I want to go home. My home's there. And Gary had called me, but after Gary called me, Mark called me and said, "Listen, I may not stay here," because Mark was really pissed off at Gary about what happened in Charlotte, because he knew that Gary knew what they were going to do. And he said, "Am I going to end up going to San Antonio?" And I had just had a run in San Antonio. And Mark said, "Well, what do you think?" I said, "No, go in there as a single. If things don't transpire here, I'll come to San Antonio." Well, Mikey had about a 6-run, very good run, him and Brody, San Antonio. And then same thing happened. Mark ended up going back to Hawaii, and he had a deal with Bobber at the end, so he was going to Japan, a couple times a year. And Mark was set. I mean, money-wise, Mark had done well for himself.
You talked about when you were the booker in Continental and decided to leave. Yep. The one thing, every story I hear from anyone who worked there really makes it apparent just how dumb Bob Roop was with that move. I mean, doing it to Roy Shire is one thing, but it sounds like Ron Fuller may have been the best guy to work for in the wrestling business.
Let me tell you a story about Ron Fuller. Yeah, Bob was a jerk to do that, and Ronnie Gavin was a jerk to do that. Took a guy's business. I'll never forget this. Ronald in the summer we only had Johnson City, Knoxville as our 2 major clubs. They were working to get Chattanooga, and I always said this, I'm going to go on a sidebar. If Cornette had gotten Chattanooga, Lexington, Cincinnati, Louisville, and Owensboro, Kentucky, he'd still be in business. But anyway, that week that I'm talking about, I worked in the semi-main event. I drove, Johnson City was Tuesday. It was 110 miles each way. That was 220 miles. I drove 330 miles for the week. And Ronald booked all the sports towns around Norris Dam, which was the first TVA dam ever built. I used to go diving there and shoot fish. And there was a town when it was flooded over, the streets were still down there about 70 feet. So it was really cool. Ronald paid me, I drove 330 miles for the week. It paid me $990. No expenses, booked everything around the town. And there were some towns, supposedly back in the day, it was supposed to be 33 to 3% to the boys. There were sometimes Ronald would pay the guys 50% on small towns. So he was a great guy. I have nothing. I just reconnected with Ronald a little while ago. He's a great guy, probably the best promoter I ever worked for. My father did an angle like I did with Shire's. Ronald gave my dad main event payoff. I never thought my dad was going to get paid for his plane ticket. Ronald's a class act. The Fullers are class act people.
Absolutely. Of course, we're proud to have Ron Fuller Studcast here on the Arcadian Vanguard Podcast Network. But Kevin, as we wrap things up, it's been great talking to you about Mark Lewin. What do you think Mark Lewin's legacy is? What does he leave behind to the wrestling business?
I think that Mark leaves, in my head, he's in the top 10 workers of all times. And he never went any place and failed, whether it was Japan, he went all over the world, whether it was Japan, Singapore, Houston, Florida, New York, LA. Let's not forget this. When LA was the WWA and had their own world title?
Yeah.
He beat Lou Thez for that title in the middle of the ring with a sleeper. For Thez to do that, that says something about Mark. I mean, you can count on one hand, probably, or two hands at the most, how many guys beat Fez in that kind of position. I would say one hand. So, I mean, he was a draw both ways, babyface or heel. And I think a lot of babyfaces could learn. If you want to learn how to work, YouTube him up and look at his facial expressions. He was fabulous.
Boom! There it is. Kevin Sullivan back on the show. Another great segment. He'll be back on again in the future. I love talking with him, and I think we may have to see if he could do opening day Star Wars this year so we can talk some more baseball.
Wow.
Scott.
Yeah, I always enjoy hearing from Kevin Sullivan, and he certainly made everything about Mark Lewin real clear.
Okay, all right. Very good, Scott. But as we're wrapping things up, you have anything you want to plug or anything you want to say here at the end of the show?
No, I think I've said enough. People can follow me on Instagram or on Twitter if they choose. And I thank everyone for the great feedback that I've been hearing lately about the 605 Super Podcast. You're all right in my book.
Well, thank you very much. Of course, you can keep up with the show on Twitter at 605pod. You can follow me on Twitter at Great Brian Last, and you can follow the Arcadian Vanguard Podcast Network on Twitter at Superpodcast. You can follow us on Facebook at facebook.com/Superpodcast, the official central hub of our social media for the Super Podcast. At facebook.com/Superpodcast, you can vote for the top 10. You can vote for the championship match. You can see all of the amazing original Travis Heckle artwork, show updates, talk with other listeners, and so much more. Facebook.com/Superpodcast. And of course, if you are already someone who likes that page and you want to dive in a little deeper and talk with 605ers about wrestling and beyond, you could join the Mothership Facebook group at facebook.com/groups/superpod talk. The Mothership! And when I say you have to like the Facebook page, you actually have to like it. I will check. So if you don't like it, you're not getting in. So I just want to say that some people are like, how come I haven't gotten in? I've been waiting for so long. Well, because you don't like the Facebook page. Simple enough. So once again, facebook.com/Superpodcast. You can get Super Podcast t-shirts in black or gray, Yo Mamba 605 t-shirts, as well as our polo shirts, sticker sets, magnet sets, and so much more. New t-shirts on the way at tinyurl.com/Superpod store, the official online store for the Super Podcast. And again, you can access that link directly by going to facebook.com/Superpodcast and clicking the Shop Now tab at the top of the page. Of course, as we mentioned earlier, for the book of the week, you can use tinyurl.com/Superpod. Amazon. If you like this show, if you love what we do here, consider using this link, consider giving it to your friends or your family and telling them by using this link you don't spend any more money than you normally would, but you support this show, which comes at you free and gives you nothing but free content with the minimal amount of ads and sponsorships. No other show has numbers like us and doesn't hit you over the top with ads. Trust me. tinyurl.com/Superpod. Amazon. Of course, if you enjoy what we're doing here and you want to be a patron of the show and make ongoing monthly donations to the show, you could do so by going to patreon.com/Superpodcast. Of course, you don't get anything. A lot of the other Patreon accounts, you join and then you get bonus shows. We don't do that. We haven't tiered off our listeners. It's something I'm very uncomfortable with doing. But if you listen to the show and you realize, wow, this show and all of Brian's shows take a lot of work, I want to support those. Again, you could do it on an ongoing monthly basis at patreon.com/Superpodcast. And if you want to make a one-time donation, you could do that as well by going to paypal.me/Superpodcast. iTunes. If you use iTunes, please give us a positive review and a 5-star rating. It really does help the show out. If you can go through there and like some of the other positive reviews, and that would really help the show out as well. Once again, on iTunes, you could do that. But if you don't want to use iTunes, if you want to download or stream the show directly from our site or access our RSS feed, you can do so by going to 605pod.com. Of course, for all the other Arcadian Vanguard shows, you can visit fullerpod.com for the Ron Fuller Studcast, baldrinpod.com for Breaking Kayfabe with Baldrin and Barry, and KFR.pod for Scott Bowden's Kentucky Fried Wrestling. All shows available on iTunes, Podcast Addict, Stitcher, or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. Of course, the top 10 was brought to you by Ramsour Records, ramsourrecords.kungfustore.com, SEUR, ramsourrecords.kungfustore.com. Enter the promo code 605 at checkout and save 20% on all purchases. Once again, the Steep Canyon Rangers' new album out in the open this Friday, January 25th, and the album release party January 27th at the ExploreAsheville.com arena. Ticket information available at Ticketmaster.com. I want to make mention of one other event. Once again, Return of the Golden Boy, Jerry Gray, Friday, January 26th. Tickets available at ProWrestling20.com, ProWrestling20.com, and this is in Orlando. If you're going to be in Orlando, consider checking out this show. We'll have more information on the Facebook page. Once again, Return of the Golden Boy, Friday, January 26th. ProWrestling20.com. If you want to send anything into the show, you can do so by sending it to the 605 Super Podcast, P.O. Box 1242, Morristown, New Jersey, 07962. That's the 605 Super Podcast, the Mothership! P.O. Box 1242, Morristown, New Jersey, 07962. The 605 Super Podcast is a production of the Arcadian Vanguard Podcast Network. For Scott Cornish, I am the great Brian Last. We'll see you next time. Tally ho!